I bet that's not it at all.
Yeah. Hopefully LT doesn't use that on sales calls.
It's an algorithm.
Some kind of algorithm. Don't really understand it. All right, that's our show today. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Enjoy the national championship game. We're all Kansas. We're all Kansas
That's
here.
probably good news for North Carolina.
Yeah, probably good news for North Carolina. If you missed the funeral for Coach K's career, you can go see that on my Twitter account at Jim Dunaway there, and I tweeted it from at Next Round Live. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to all of our great sponsors. Thanks to all of you, the great viewers and listeners, making the first half year of us doing this so much fun. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717, Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years, the James Anthony Agency. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You forget how many Kansas friends you have until they win a national championship and they've come out of the woodworks everywhere.
How many Kansas?
I knew
friends?
one. I knew one growing up. I knew a lot more Carolina fans, and I have polled some Carolina fans.
I have got one family I am aware of. My good friend Ryan Maynard and his wife Kristen are big Kansas fans. She's from there, if I'm not mistaken.
My friend Taylor Kaufman, who works at CBS 42, sports reporter,
Okay.
Kansas grad, recent Kansas grad.
Okay, Kansas grad. I can respect that.
Well, most of them are Kansas grads. Lisa Tulp, the best news producer I ever worked with in Lexington, Kentucky, hadn't gotten a text from her maybe in 15 years. Well, probably 2008. Is that the last time they won?
So Kansas fans are texting you, congratulations.
No, I got a text last night. It was like, tell me you picked North Carolina. And she did the congratulations confetti rock chalk Jayhawk back in my face. I said, I did not pick North Carolina. I actually picked Kansas. No landmine. But Kansas wins it. Dan Wetzel, who was on the show yesterday, writes at Yahoo today, the basic NCAA in a nutshell. Kansas wins national title with sanctions pending.
Yep.
And that's what happened last night. But we'll get into the game and stuff. But that was the awkward trophy presentation you talked about.
Oh, you thought it was awkward? Yeah. The fact that, Mark Emmert wouldn't even give them the trophy.
Oh, he bowed out. He ducked in.
He drugged some other random guy nobody knows up on the stage to do it. And then, as if that's not bad enough, calls them the Kansas City Jayhawks.
Yes.
Congratulations to the Kansas City Jayhawks.
Yep.
I'm like,
and the crowd, if you saw the wide shot of the crowd, how many birds? If you go back and look at a free shot, the number of birds when they were introducing Mark Emmert. That was up there.
I will tell you, if I'm a Kansas fan, I'm not worried about it. I hate that two guys are in prison based on funneling money from Adidas.
yeah, but that was their choice.
I was trying to tell the roommate last night, it's all legal now, though.
Yeah,
you can do all this above board. So this vacating of this national championship, if I'm a Kansas fan and this is the first one I've had in 14 years, I don't care.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to vacate this one. And a lot of stories out there about that. But and here's the trophy presentation last night. Bill Self getting a chance to lift that trophy, and the confetti looked good. The Superdome never looked better for basketball than it did last night. Let's talk about the game because, I'm in Tuscaloosa, and I'll talk more about that later on, but I'm in Tuscaloosa, and the game ends, the softball game I'm at ends, so I hop in the car to make it back, and I'm driving back, and it's that 7-0 start for Kansas, and I'm like, this is going to go pretty much the way I thought it was going to go. And then as I'm pulling into my driveway, North Carolina goes on this 10-0 run to sort of open it up. What was it, 32-22, something like that? And they build a 15-point halftime lead, and you think to yourself, well, this is the Kansas that we saw in the Big 12 SEC shootout where Kentucky went in there and just mopped the floor with them. Kansas was doing everything wrong, and you just thought this game was going to be over with, and it was going to be, to me, LT and Brownie, I instantly thought of, this is 1980 Olympic hockey. The big win was the Americans over the Russians.
That's right.
But they had to go and beat Finland in that final game to be gold medalists and not silver medalists. And I was thinking to myself, well, they're going to win the national championship tonight, is what I was thinking at halftime. But we're only going to remember that they beat Duke. We'll forget that they beat Kansas. They beat Duke and they won the national championship. Now I don't know how you perceive this.
I think, I don't know, Lance said he's talked to a lot of North Carolina fans. I don't know a ton of them. But the ones I have talked to, I think they kind of you almost feel like you left New Orleans with 2 national championships. They got to retire Duke and win their retire Coach K and win their national championship, and then Kansas won one. It's almost upward basketball.
Everybody got a trophy.
Both teams have left with a W.
Here's the question that I sent multiple Carolina fans today, and I got basically the same answer. But the question was, you can have the exact first season you just had under Hubert, or you win the national championship and you lost to Duke in the regular season finale and you never played them in the tournament.
Oh,
you always want the national championship.
Well, I don't know. So, all right.
They both said that they would rather have it play out like this. And I get it, because you know what we're going to remember from this tournament in 20, 25 years? That Coach K got bounced by North Carolina.
Right. You're going to say who won? Oh, Carolina played. They played Kansas.
Because I'll give you this analogy as a Dolphins fan, because you have never been on this earth to see them win a championship.
That is correct, Lance.
So
AFC championship.
Okay, so Carolina, since you've been alive, has won 3. I've already done the math in my head. They've won 3.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's say your Dolphins have already won 3.
All right, 3 Super Bowls.
So you had the opportunity next year, the season finale in Foxborough. Belichick's going out, his grand farewell tour.
Right.
You can knock him out in Foxborough, then play him again in the AFC Championship, beat him, retire him, and then lose in the Super Bowl. Or you can just win the Super Bowl without those 2 happening. Ooh. And you've already won 3 championships.
Probably the first choice. Probably choice A.
Yeah.
If I've already won the 3 championships, it's so hard to answer because I've not seen a Super Bowl. But if I had already won 3, I could probably stomach that.
Dunaway and Carolina fans are like Alabama football fans. They just feel like, hey, Hubert in year 1, what he was able to do, we're going to win more of these things.
No. There is no storyline that the Alabama fan will tell you. There is no storyline better than Alabama winning the national championship. That is the storyline you remember. Nobody remembers in 2017 that Alabama lost the Iron Bowl. You can throw all this rivalry stuff out the window if you win the national championship. It's all about the championship. I mean, North Carolina fans, you're wrong if you would rather have the win over Duke, and I'm okay losing the national championship game. You were up 16 at one point, but 15 at the half. This is a hollow feeling. It'll always be remembered. Yes, you bounced Coach K. This is the Final Four that North Carolina and Duke finally played, and you won the game, but you didn't win the championship.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm telling you, it's not going to mean as much now because they didn't win the national championship.
In order to spite your rival, I mean, Coach K was, 46 years? Whatever the number was?
Yeah, I don't know.
1980 Olympic hockey, Brown, would not mean the same thing. Oh, you're telling me that North Carolina and Duke are bigger rivals than us and the Russians?
No, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you got one every 4 years a chance at a gold medal. And to my knowledge, had U.S. Olympic ever won one? Had the U.S. hockey team?
1960, back when they played without masks.
I mean, this is the third time in 6 years Carolina's played for a national championship. They're going to be there again.
I'm not sure this is apples and apples. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that complicates what you're talking about, Lance. Here's the thing that complicates it. If I'm a Carolina fan and everything happened that happened, if I show up to that game last night, Kansas runs me out of the building, I'm like, hey, Kansas, better team. We got our scalp we came here for. Congrats, Kansas. We got to win, too. But I got to taste the national championship for a minute, and that's what's going to hurt about that is I played well enough that I got to taste it.
I did get that one from one Carolina fan. The fact that we choked out a 16-point lead.
At halftime, I was
15 at the half.
I know. At halftime, I was able to envision Hubert Davis lifting the trophy, and that's what hurts. If Kansas runs me out of the gym, I got what I came here for. They can have the championship.
I still believe, though, when we look back at this season, if we're still doing this show in 10, 15 years, the thing we will remember the most about this tournament is not Kansas winning.
There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that.
No, we do, because we still go back to, I don't even know what round it was, when Kentucky and Louisville finally played each other in the NCAA tournament. We still go back to that game occasionally, and what a big game that is in the Kentucky-Louisville rivalry.
Well, it revived the rivalry, right?
So that is a huge moment in sports. I mean, we'll remember that as a big sports moment, no doubt. But it's got to be a hollow feeling for this North Carolina folk. I mean, it just does.
Okay, so Nick's wife is obviously a Carolina fan. Okay with this loss. She's hanging her hat on that Coach K losses and keeping it from being storybook for them.
That's right.
I get it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think it would be a little easier to stomach if Kansas was just obviously the better team, and they were not obviously the better team. I mean, Carolina and Kansas looked very, very close to one another. So that does make this a little more complicated. If I had just gotten run out of the gym, I tip my hat to them. I say, we got what we came here for. Congrats, you guys. Go hang that banner. I don't care if you have to tear it down.
I've still always said this. Getting to a Final Four is close to a national championship for a lot of teams. It's so difficult to do.
It is.
I mean, it's celebrated.
Auburn has done it. If Alabama got to the Final Four next year, they would feel like they've won a national championship. Now, once you get there, you want to close the deal. I get it.
So my thing is, and Hubert Davis said this after beating Duke, look, this program has been irrelevant for the last couple of years, and it should never be irrelevant. So they're back to not only a Final Four, knocking Duke off, playing for the national championship in year one under Hubert. If I'm a Carolina fan, I'm excited.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay to be excited, but it's okay to leave New Orleans, too, feeling like you're leaving an opportunity on the table when you choke out that lead. And the way they played the first – I mean, they played a little bit better down the stretch, but the way they started off that second half, I mean, you got to put that on Hubert, right? Coming out of the locker room up 15, and then boom, it's down to 5 like that.
Well, a couple of things. I think you put it on Bill Self the first 20 minutes. I mean, they weren't playing Kansas basketball. It was really strange. They wanted to run everything through McCormick, and he ended up having another big game. But that wasn't typically Kansas's offense this year. But when they went up 7-0, I thought it was going to get ugly early on. The problem is R.J. Davis, Caleb Love, as good as they've been in this tournament, they shot them out of the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, UNC hit 31% from the field. Those guys were combined, I think, 10 of 31, 1 of 13 behind the arc.
Yeah, 1 of 13 behind the arc.
Yeah. I mean, if they just hit their shots, Carolina has got the trophy.
I did think that was a super weird interview with Hubert Davis in game now. Not the halftime, the in game with Tracy Wolfson.
He went Doc Rivers on us.
He did. Doc Rivers, I compared it to Joe Kynes. I was like, Hubert Davis will stop that little inside trap. I mean, it was just a weird, this is live action, Tracy. I mean, he was all fired up, and he even brought up in that interview how offended they were, or at least he was, that people were suggesting they couldn't emotionally get back up. So I bring that up to say, I wonder how much emotional work he had to do, and that burns.
It burns quick.
Yeah, you can't play 40 minutes on emotion.
Boy, it did for 20, though.
Yeah, but I think you probably can.
This team does not wear out, is what I was thinking when they went up 15 at the break.
But they did. They did wear out. And then when Baycott got hurt again, I mean.
Well, that's what was going to suck if that thing went to overtime.
But we thought that the other night with Duke. If that goes to overtime, Baycott is going to be a big loss. So there you go. North Carolina beats Duke in the semis, but comes up short on the national stage. Kansas wins it again. Much more on this game and what we saw in the tournament coming up. But first, LT, and our friend Dr. B working together to sort of change his appearance for the rest of his life, but also for all of you. Dr. B told a friend of mine, we've gotten great response from the next round guys already. As soon as they started talking about it on the air, it was great to hear that you guys are reaching out to Dr. B as well to do what LT's doing.
Yeah, look, I'm going to find out my treatment this week, and here's what I would do if any guys out there, I don't know if you're 25, 35, the preemptive strike, at least go see Dr. B. If it's in the family, if you think you're losing, you're getting a little thin. I noticed over the last year some pretty good hair loss, so I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein, he's the best. Dr. B is the one that pioneered the use of the NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in last week for my consultation with Dr. B, blown away by all the options available. He also told me I'm going to be able to maintain what I've got moving forward, which is great. Again, if you want to be preemptive, don't lose any. Go on and see Dr. Beckenstein. Takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a wide range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use the experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures that they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, or online at t3hair.net.
Yeah, and again, 25, 35, 45, at some point it gets to be too late, like with me. I wish I'd have known Dr. B 12 years ago. I'd look a little different now and wouldn't be sporting cool hats every day here on the show when I have the opportunity. So Dr. B is the guy. We continue to talk about last night's national championship win for the Kansas Jayhawks and the Big 12. We can talk about this later on, but I'm always interested on why Kansas isn't attractive to other conferences, like why and I guess it's football, right? Is it football that when we keep talking expansion, whether it's the SEC or the Pac-12 or the Big Ten or whatever, how come Kansas doesn't jump up with their basketball history? And I guess it's football. That if you're not good at football, that puts you way down the interest level of expansion.
Yeah, I mean, I think they bring nothing to the table in football. Like Vanderbilt, if the SEC were just forming right now, like if there was a group in Birmingham saying, all right, we got such good football here, let's build a conference together, Vanderbilt will not get an invite.
Right.
I don't care how big Nashville is, and Nashville's the biggest city in that actually has a school. It's not the biggest city in the footprint, that's Atlanta, but the one that actually has a school.
Well, we would say Tennessee will get us enough in Nashville.
That's right. Yeah, Tennessee's they're a bigger draw in Nashville than Vanderbilt is. So
great point.
Vandy would not be a part of SEC today if they were building. They would build around Vanderbilt, right?
Right.
So that's Kansas. I mean, what does Kansas bring to the table? They got really good basketball and go. Do they even play baseball, Lance? You were out
there.
They
do, yeah.
They play college baseball?
I had some buddies that played for KU.
But I don't think they're very good, are they?
They weren't. They went to a College World Series early 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
How about that? But football
but
has.
basketball is so good it would be worth it.
You say that, but every time expansion got fired up, they were on the outside looking in.
And I really believe like the difference in Kansas and Vanderbilt is Kansas has been really good in football. Now it's been every 30 or 40 years, but if you go back to Mark Mangino.
Yeah.
I mean,
they
you
have a
look at-
moment every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, they played Missouri for the opportunity to go to a Big 12 championship game, 1-2, which is really amazing when you look back on
the
that.
The fact that a Kansas-Missouri game was 1-2
and it was
incredible.
And it was the last 15 years. I mean, Todd Reesing was a really good college quarterback, but if they win that game, they play Oklahoma for the right to play for the national championship. So, Vanderbilt's never been there. So at least you maybe could recapture that. If Kansas was ever in the SEC, basketball is going to be great, and I think football gets better.
Yeah, I mean.
They didn't even have lights when I went to a game. So I went to a game in 1995. I went to see Nebraska play Kansas. It was literally, it was completely sold out. It was 90% Nebraska, but ABC did the 2:30 game, and they had to erect lights in the stadium.
Those portable lights?
Yeah. Now, it's since changed a lot. But that's where Kansas football was.
So,
I've gone to a game in that stadium, UAB in Kansas, and boy, it would have been about that time. It was a day game. I don't remember lights. It was a pretty small, yucky stadium. To be honest with you.
It was. I mean, it's a fun campus. Lawrence is a good time.
Yeah. Since 1960, when the Big 8 Conference was formed, heck, I can even go back further than that. In fact, I may be able to go back to the history of Kansas football as I look at this now. How many double-digit win seasons do you think Kansas has had in the history of their football
I think they've
program?
had 2. I think it's 2.
I think 2 is a great guess.
Well, let's go Division One, yeah.
Gail Sayers and
Glenn
Riesling.
Mason had them close one time.
They've had 2. Okay, so Glenn Mason, Lance. Let me find how close.
think
he
he topped-
he had a 10-2. The last year they were in the Big 8, they were 10-2 under Glenn Mason, and then the Big 8. For those that don't remember, formed with the leftover Southwest Conference teams that created the Big 12. Since joining the Big 12, they've had 1, and it was the one you mentioned, 12-1 Mark Mangino. That's it. Double-digit win seasons, which is a fairly low bar in college football now. I mean, it really is.
Oh, it
right?
is,
A 10-win
yeah.
season's a fairly low bar.
It's very modest. It's
modest to just randomly grab one.
Yeah.
I mean, almost every college football program randomly grabs a 10-win season.
because
at
you get a
some point.
bowl game, you can be 10-3.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah. So they were 12-1. The next closest since the Big 12 was formed was an 8-5. That very next year under Mangino, they were 8-5. That's the closest they've been to 12 wins. They had a 4-win drop off. I mean, it's a desert wasteland of football.
Yeah.
And I don't know that you can throw enough money at it to make it good. Like, the only reason, I mean, nobody wants to talk about this, though Dan Wetzel did yesterday. The only reason Kansas basketball is still good is they're an Adidas school, and Adidas is funneling their top players to them.
I would just say this, though.
If they were a Nike school, Kansas would not be as good.
It would take the right guy. Look what Matt Campbell's done in Ames.
I disagree.
Iowa State was a worse program in football.
I don't
than
know that
Kansas
you can be
were.
worse than Kansas.
They were.
Lance. I don't know that you can be.
Look back at the history of
Do
Iowa
you
State
honestly
football.
think? Do you guys honestly think that you could drop Nick Saban into Vanderbilt? I mean, if
What
you
age
did.
Nick Saban?
All right, let's go. The age he took over Alabama.
2007, he takes over Vandy.
and you give him full 15
You
years.
give him 15 years and unlimited
He's
resources.
one of
he
the
would do
East.
what?
He's one of the
He's
East.
at
Oh.
least one.
Yeah, a couple of East.
Okay.
Unlimited resources?
Well, not unlimited, but the resources he has available at Alabama. Vandy's got plenty of money. Money's not an issue at
Yeah.
Vandy. It's just where do they want to spend it?
If James Franklin can win 9 games in
Yes.
back-to-back years, Saban is playing for SEC championships at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, which puts him playing for a national championship at Vandy. If he has,
But
if he has Alabama
Again,
money,
the right guy.
You're not under any sort of illusion, though, that he could do what he has done at Alabama. At
No,
Vandy.
no,
Okay.
absolutely not.
No, I'm not sure he would have done what he's done at Alabama if he'd stayed at LSU.
But help me
Yeah,
out.
there are not many places where he would have.
Even
I
though
don't-
they've had 3
Yeah.
different guys win championships.
The basis of
That's
this
true. That's a good
conversation,
point.
would Kansas be appealing to the SEC? And all I'm saying is the basketball is so good if you can make football relevant. And what I mean by relevant is going 6 or 7 wins per year.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, can you do that to any program just by throwing resources at it?
with the right guy in charge.
Yeah, I think I've always firmly believed there's got to be at least a good recruiting base. I think that's what's hurting Nebraska moving forward.
Well, that's what the Nick Saban Vandy analogy. That's what helps. He brings recruiting, right?
Right.
You have to have the right guy, and the right guy is recruiting.
Yeah, it is, but Nick Saban and Tuscaloosa is also doing it in the magical Clay Travis 300-mile
Okay,
bubble.
but I'll
and
also-
you don't get to do that in Lawrence, Kansas. You don't.
Okay,
No,
but I'll
you
go-
do in Nashville.
You do in Nashville.
And I'll go back to the state of Iowa. Both, Kirk Ferentz and Matt Campbell are doing it in the state of Iowa right now.
Yeah.
They're doing it.
Well, I mean,
No, but you would take that if you're Kansas.
yeah, if you
If
were
I was
Kansas,
Kansas, I'd take
if
that.
you were Kansas, what Kirk Ferentz has done over the last decade, you would name the stadium after him, or over the last 20 years, really, you'd name the stadium. It would be Kirk. They would play at Kirk Ferentz Stadium in Lawrence, Kansas.
And Matt Campbell obviously will, if he stays around, will probably have that stadium named after him.
Probably so.
It's named after somebody right now.
Oh, it's named
Jack
after Jack Trice,
the kid that was stomped to death.
Yeah, he was a black player that was killed by white players.
Trice Campbell Stadium sounds pretty nice.
It really does.
It does.
Trice Campbell Stadium.
Air America, I learned that.
I did too. I learned it on the Smithsonian
Really good.
Aerial America.
All right. So Kansas is your basketball national championship. You can go read everything on our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com and check that out. More on that game as we move forward. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Craneworks today. Some final thoughts on that game last night in our next segment. Craneworks wants to help you build the future as well.
Well, they do, and you could see more at craneworks.com, all the rental works options they've got there, and there are a ton of them, and it's all basically the stuff you need for those big DIY projects at your house: pressure washer, sod cutter, lifts, things like that, cement mixer. You don't just have those sitting around in the garage. Go rent them at RentalWorks right there under the big dog, just like Craneworks. You can see more at craneworks.com. That's craneworks.com. RentalWorks, a proud division of Craneworks.
All right, coming up on the show, Clay Travis joins us at 10 o'clock. We're going to move trash a little bit today. Trash will be just after 11 o'clock as we start the third hour of the show. That's because we wanted to get Bruce Pearl, Auburn head coach, on the show today. Bruce will be with us right between 11:25, 11:30, right around there. We'll talk to the Auburn head coach about what we saw in the NCAA tournament, Auburn's projections moving forward as he starts to rebuild that roster, and a lot more. So Bruce Pearl joining us later on the show. Fascinating conversation with Nate Oates back on Friday. That is still podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. But when we come back, we'll get to your reactions over in the chat room. You can also call into the show. The JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. 734-0923. Some overall thoughts on the game last night, but also just this entire NCAA tournament. I thought it was one of the better ones I've seen. And part of the show being brought to you today as well by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call home, Montevallo is that place for you. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. That includes sports like softball, also baseball, where they're nationally ranked this year, clicking along. Fully funded there. They've got basketball on both sides, the men's and the women's, lacrosse, soccer, you name it, Montevallo has it for you. And that includes as well great academics and great buildings that are going up. New theater department, multi-million dollars, new business department, broadcasting, new dorms. I mean, you name it, Montevallo's got it. Schedule an in-person tour and check it out, montevallo.edu. And again, 5 years now in a row, no increase in tuition. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Check them out.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, we'll bring in John Lunsford in just a second to update us on the Bracket Challenge winner from our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale on Highway 31 in Pelham and the Pelham Parkway. And we'll talk more about the tournament that went on that we've been enjoying for the last, 3 weeks it goes on?
It is 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yes.
But first, our friends at Precision Sports keep you in the game.
Yes, from pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make your appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
It's going to shock you guys. I did not spend my Monday night in the recliner, and I skipped out on poker. I did not head over to Lunsford's for poker either. I'm a 20-plus year softball fan. You guys know how much I love the sport.
How long does the game take, by the way?
It goes pretty quick.
Because 6 innings typically, right?
7 innings, but there was only 6 last night.
Okay.
Because you got the rare perfect game and walk-off home run all in the same game.
You got to see that.
I got to see a perfect game and a walk-off home run. So I got to sit with Emily, the sombrero overall girl, the big super fan. Some of our listeners and daughters of listeners who came by and got pictures taken. I was right on the dugout, the Alabama dugout, and enjoyed my first live softball game ever last night. Number 4 Alabama.
What did that shirt cost you?
The shirt cost me $20, and then I had the Next Round hat on. and got seats right behind the dugout. Alabama number 4 in the country, and they do a perfect game. Lexi Kilfoyle with a perfect game. Our friend Montana Fouts, friend of the show, did not pitch, and Allie Shipman walk-off home run because they ruled them on the walk-off in the bottom of the 6th, 9-0.
That worked out for you. You got to get home in time for the game, right?
Guy made it home in time, halftime, and saw the entire second half, right near the end of the second half. So it all was a perfect night there and a perfect night for baseball. Sold-out crowd over there. So it was just a great, great time, and I appreciate all the folks who said nice things about the next round over there, including a couple of the softball parents.
So Dunaway told me, I'm surprised, a little surprised that's how laid back, because that was a pretty big game last night, right? Who were they playing?
It was 15th ranked Georgia.
Okay, so that's a top 15 matchup.
And Georgia had won one game. Alabama had won one game, so it was a deciding game of the series on national TV.
On national TV.
Yeah,
and Dunaway,
ESPN too, I think. Or SEC Network.
Sitting in the Nicholson seats right behind the dugout. And said several times, Alabama coach Pat Murphy just wheeled around and was chatting Jimmy up about the game. And I'm like, man, that's kind of laid back and casual.
Between innings, yeah. I mean, it wasn't like the game was going on, but, coming out of coaching, Lexi's doing well. What do you think?
Well, I'm just surprised by that. I mean,
look, A-lister in the front row.
Well, I know. I mean, I'm sure at some point Phil Jackson.
It's one thing that Hubert Davis is getting interviewed during the game.
I'm sure at some point Phil Jackson talked to Jack Nicholson too, and I'm sure that happened back in the day.
Well, I mean, Emily's like the super fan. And
are you sure he was talking to you and not Emily?
No, I'm not sure. You know me. I'm at my age. He may have been talking. His
wife could be sitting
behind his family could have been behind me, and I was like, yeah.
Is that Emily's trademark is the sombrero?
She has the rally sombrero, and she leads the whole crowd in cheers and everything. But I took a couple of pictures standing on top of the dugout. People wanted pictures. Who love the show, loves all of you guys, and you could see the softball girls kept going. Who is that?
Who's the old?
Who's that guy? Is that somebody we should know? Who's that guy?
We think it's a big deal that Batman's the game too.
Why is the groundskeeper on top of?
Who's that guy? Whose dad is that? That's what it was.
Michael, were you a little nervous if you would have lost your balance? You get lightheaded. You fall backwards.
It was a light dugout, but I noticed.
But like in major leagues, the ushers up. They don't let you stand on the dugout. So in Alabama, it's okay.
It's laid back a little bit. But I will tell you that I noticed this at Trivia at Odie's the other night. The first sign of getting a little up in age is when you step down off of something. You don't have that same gait, that same.
You hear that pop?
No, just you don't come off of something as smooth and effortless as you used to.
Yeah, it doesn't look natural.
Yeah, my step down at Odie's the other night, which is a fairly big step.
No, it is. We've seen plenty of people trip on it.
But that step down, the other night I was like, God, I just got down because I was talking to that table of young people, of the youngsters that finished second,
right?
And I was getting down, talking to them while getting down, and I was like, wow, I just got down like my granddad used to get down off of something.
Did you have to reestablish your balance?
So getting down off the dugout after taking a picture the first time last night, I was like, ooh, I'm getting down like an old guy now. So.
Hey, ride a horse.
Did you grunt?
I didn't grunt. I didn't make that sound.
Down.
Is it okay to still leave in the third quarter? I didn't do that.
Most of these are compact spots.
But it was a great time last night over there in Tuscaloosa for that. All right, let's do an EAW Bracket Challenge update and award the winner. First, before LT tells us about EAW, Brown, you won of all of us. But you didn't win of the show, though, did you?
I think Rockstar did, is
hey,
what I'm being told. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Way to go, Rocky.
I mean,
I didn't prepare
next year,
anything.
will you fill mine out for me, please?
Yeah.
How many times have you won this? You've done it like you won the overall, overall Jocks won one time, right? Everybody entered.
Yeah. I wasn't allowed to keep the
Well, I know that.
prize.
You shouldn't have been. You're an employee.
I came in first place. This one was like, I'm in the top 100. I wouldn't like
well, I
even
know,
brag
but you won
about.
the show.
Yeah.
But you're in the top 100?
Yeah.
It's still impressive.
It's impressive.
And you've watched how many basketball games this year? Would you guess?
I watched a lot of basketball tournament games.
games,
Regular
but
season,
you did this before
no,
the tournament started, yeah.
because I do not put any thought or calculation into it. I don't try to sit down and go, all right, well, this team, they're really good in the second half. They really push it. I don't care. I just put it.
Yep.
I can get it done in a minute and a half.
So how do you do it, though?
I'll just pick mostly favorites, and then I'll say, like, well, and then every now and then I'll throw in a random team. Like, I'll just say that Marquette will win. Who cares?
You're just a gut feeling.
Yeah, I don't have any. Couldn't name a player. Don't know who the coach is. But let's say Marquette beats this team.
If we asked you without Google to find the Ken Pomeroy rankings, would you be able to find them?
No.
Meanwhile, we live and die by those things throughout the basketball season.
Well, I mean, just to the point that we'll make this point again. LT has not watched one scintilla of women's basketball and accurately predicted the Final Four.
But also, I don't
has watched probably 200
and by the
games.
way, one time in the history of I've been filling out brackets since 1985.
Right.
And I've gotten the Final Four correctly one time in 2003.
Right.
And this is the first time I've ever done the women's, and I was 4 for 4.
Yeah.
But also, when I pick, I don't have a team I pull for, so I don't have that bias. Like, Alabama could totally beat Duke.
Yeah, that's right.
They'll beat Duke. Yeah,
you have no heart in it.
Yeah.
Damn, I almost cashed in the top 1,000 though.
I mean, look at that, though. Jimmy America, top half of our show. Take that, bottom half of the show.
Not only do I not have to travel, I actually won the show other than Rockstar.
Yep.
Well, I won this room.
I tell my wife every time, my goal is second place, and I've met my goal again.
I'll take being first loser.
I am North Carolina. I'll take second place every time. But we did have prizes on the line, and for that, LT, tell us about Exclusive Auto Wholesale in Pelham, and then we'll bring in our man John Lunsford, who is also part of the bottom half of the show.
Hey, I don't know how long I'm going to be in this 2021 Ford Bronco, the Badlands Edition, but if you want it, you can buy it out from under me right now. It's only got 1,300 miles. It's a manual transmission, which is a lot of fun to drive. It's that soft top, so you can drop it so easily. Once this weather gets good again, I had it like that this past weekend. If you're in the car buying or selling market, there's one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offer for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics. Then, bam, from the website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out the website today. Go to eawcars.net or stop by, see them right there on Highway 31, and tell them the next round sent you.
And now let's head over to our Birmingham Racecourse Casino Fun Zone, the Lego chair over there, and that's where we find John Lunsford sitting today. John, how are you doing, buddy?
This is the fun zone over here.
It's always a fun. Look at the lights behind you, man.
Which did we lose a bulb, or are they not plugged in?
Saving a little money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It may be battery operated. We may run the battery out. They've been up since Thanksgiving.
They've actually been off for 3 months. We just never noticed it.
Yeah.
So, Lunsford, you're here to tell us who won the overall grand prize, thanks to our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
Yeah, so I told you yesterday it was between BA Fan and Beto. So you have a B in front of your name, you're going to be pretty good. And BA Fan 1980 had Kansas. Therefore, he wins, and that is Gregory. You want a last name on that? Gregory wins. Gregory Moore, congrats for winning the $1,000.
$1,000.
$1,000 cash, not some prize that you that's less than $1,000. You don't get to choose what you get. You get $1,000. Spend it on whatever you want to spend it on.
Hard cash.
Ended up with 126 points, 5 points ahead of second place.
Yeah.
Who is Sly. He gets second. Then congrats to Katie, Chris, Riley, Joshua, Chris, another Chris, Jared, Kenneth, Taylor, all rounding out the top 10 there. So I think Scott's got it on the screen for you. But
damn, 126 with Kansas winning it all. That would have been, some of these big national brackets.
Yeah.
That probably would have done well.
Look at the predicted champions. All the Kansas having a champion got you in the top 10.
It helped.
Kansas was predicted all the way down to 54th.
Wow, so you had to have Kansas just to be in the top 54.
And there's others that got Kansas. I guess they just did pretty bad before that. But, no, a lot of Kansas winners kind of popped up out of nowhere because they won.
Yeah, so way to go. All those people down through the top 10, they get what, John?
So if you're in the top 10, second place gets a $100 Champions gift card. Third gets a $75 Champions gift card. Fourth and fifth get a $50 Champions gift card. And then 6th through 10th get a $25 Champions gift card.
Great place. Thank you to our friends at
Champy's.
Champy's world famous fried chicken for being part of our challenge as well. So you guys will get to go sample and take friends and family down to Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Our first bracket challenge there, and I thought it was very successful online at nextroundlive.com. Thank you for all your hard work there. You built Lunsford builds that whole thing out and makes it happen, man. Thank you so much for doing that.
I'll try not to screw over one of y'all when it comes to the points next time.
Yeah.
It did work out.
It was the same either way, right?
It was.
Yeah. It ended up being okay. No harm, no foul.
That's right. I don't have to travel.
But, hey, I did want to ask you this. I don't know if you've got it handy. I thought about this last night. I remember my point total if we would have come down to a tiebreaker. So if Kansas would have not, if they wouldn't have beaten Miami, they were down 6.5, it would have come down to the tiebreaker last night. I had 137 total points. It hit on 141.
And he had 142.
Oh, wow.
Man.
Boy, that would have been tough, though. That would have come down to the wire because at halftime it was looking pretty decent.
You know what I almost did yesterday, but I didn't have faith because I've traditionally been horrible at picking the total score on the tiebreaker. I almost said, let's wipe the stakes clean, and then go into last night, just use the tiebreaker with the loser goes on the trip. That would get you back in, and the buy-in would have been to erase the stakes, and we would have just gone the total score. And if I'd have done that, I would have.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done it, though. Because I think you want to. The reason I wouldn't have.
He wants to.
Yeah. You want to go on this trip more than I don't want to go on the trip. Like, I don't want to go on this trip at all, but you're dying to go on this trip.
No. I like.
Would you guys agree with me?
Yes.
Yeah, it feels like Dunaway does want to go.
No,
yeah.
I don't like being behind in stakes. I don't like being behind in stakes.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I spend most of my life behind
and here's
in
the
stakes.
thing. I would wipe the stakes, and I would actually probably give you, I don't know, say $200-$300 cash to take my spot. But the problem is, I would get so much shit from everybody over there.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah,
you would.
Yeah, like if nobody cared, if everybody was like, we really want Dunaway to go on this thing, I'd say stakes are wiped. Here's a couple $100.
Like I always forget that Brown didn't pay one off one time.
We always forget.
You don't always forget that.
I always forget it until the viewers and listeners remind us.
And what you also always forget is there was an agreed upon punishment for that wiped that clean, though you guys love to bring it up.
I always forget that.
But that's what I'm saying. It'll never go away.
That's right.
And I do agree that we did agree upon that. But if I agreed upon something like that, it would never go away.
Well, but I would have had to get something too. You weren't just going to make a deal that only benefited you. I'm in this too.
Yeah.
I would have had to get some benefit from it as well. So I would have had to have a say so.
Yeah, but we throw you a free round of golf. You're like a seal and fish.
I probably would have done it. Yeah.
What?
Jesus.
Seals don't do that.
Was that not a good seal impersonation?
That was a bird.
No.
I don't know
That was
why.
a dying bird.
Hey, let me try it better. A thorn from a rose. Was that his song?
Kiss from a rose.
Kiss from a rose. Kiss from a rose.
Phone from a rose would suck.
Thorn from a rose.
I think you
It was
combine
like-
every rose has its thorn
Yep.
and seal.
Poison and seal had a really weird baby.
Cut away to Lunsford really quick while I get the blood out of my face from blushing too much right now. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you. Over here, see, I don't think LT knows what sports bra is. He wasn't here.
No, what is sports
Oh,
bra?
we missed that. I forgot.
Can you put it in a nutshell?
Yeah, it was it's in Portland. It's a sports bar that only shows women's sports. That's all they show is women's sports.
Bullshit.
No, it's 100%.
Wait, and they don't operate in the black. I'll tell you that.
They only show women's sports. Look, Rockstar's
What is,
got.
does
look,
ESPN fund them?
Look,
Of course, it's in Portland. I'm shocked.
And look at the logo.
The logo's fantastic, though. And the name. They got a great name.
Sports bra.
Give them
You
credit.
gotta
man.
be shitting me. There's no way. This can't be real.
The grand opening was Friday.
Oh, okay. So when did they close?
I said on the show, won't see March Madness 2023.
No, zero chance.
I think Dunaway's actual question, because it was in trash that I had to read. Dunaway's actual
That's
question
amazing.
was, Brown, what I need to know is what goes in that space next.
Yes.
No, like what?
But you give them credit, though. That is a fantastic name. Just for the name.
No, I get it, but then you got to come up with the concept behind it, and you got to make money.
That's not all I'm talking about, though. I'm just saying, though, if you said, okay, we're opening a sports bar that only shows
Sports
women's
bra.
sports, the sports bra is a great name for it.
I agree. The logo's great.
Yeah.
I would just
idea is
ask you.
awful.
I mean, like, okay, so I'm managing the sports bra today. What the hell am I putting on?
Replay of the women's national championship.
I guess
game.
SEC Network half the time showing volleyball.
Yeah.
There you go.
I would roll in as the second manager after you get fired and said, all right, here's what we're doing. We're going to be the first ever sports bar strip joint.
We're going to keep the same name.
No, what do you just put on? Seriously, like roller derby?
I don't know.
And,
I don't know.
There's got to be beach volleyball.
You
else?
have Jimmy Bama's softball game on loop.
That's right.
Last night.
Softball's a fun sport.
Cowboy cheerleader
League
tryouts.
of their own, yeah. Midsummer is going to be a problem. A lot of men's baseball playing in midsummer.
Well, you
I'll say
shouldn't
this, it's only open Wednesday through Sunday, so
You shouldn't be
today it's not
exclusive.
even
Oh,
all
this
sports.
business model. So
Yeah.
all sports.
I would
somebody's got too much money because I know a bank didn't approve that.
Yeah. I would say what you do is, if there is a prominent women's sport on, you give it the best placement.
That's
and
right.
I've also got men's sports
And
on.
have the other sports
You
on.
might have a chance then, maybe. But if you're only going to show women's sports,
Well, here's what I would love to see. What was their crowd like Sunday night for UConn and South Carolina?
I'll see if I can find
Oh,
it.
TV ratings
This
weren't
was
too
opening
bad.
weekend too. This past weekend, so
It did open this past weekend?
Yeah.
So I'm
opened
saying if
Friday.
it wasn't completely packed out.
you would hope it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. That's our bracket challenge update. Thanks to our friends at EA Sports and not EA Sports, EAW and Champies for
It's in the game, Jim.
for
It's in
doing the
game.
bracket challenge, and for EA Sports for bringing back college football. Don't forget, coming up Thursday night over in Tuscaloosa, our friends the Birmingham Legion, they start their run in the U.S. Open Cup with a Thursday night home match in the first round in Tuscaloosa at the University of Alabama field against the Southern All-Stars. That'll start their U.S. Open Cup, and win there, they'll advance on to the second round. Then they get back into league play Sunday at Protective Stadium, 4 o'clock against Hartford, at late afternoon kick on Sunday down at Protective Stadium. To get tickets to either one of those games or both of them, bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. Check them out and follow them right there on social media as well. As Nick says, EAW, it's in the car.
That's what I've been saying in my videos, man.
EAW, it's in the car. All right, when we come back, more on what this tournament happened, what it was, what it gave us, and then we'll talk to Clay Travis about everything going on in sports. This is The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
We are back. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies, get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
All right, approaching the top of the hour here. Our look ahead to Wednesday night, and our friends at Odie's, a great place to head out and enjoy the start of spring after the weather gets through today and early tomorrow. It should be a beautiful night tomorrow night.
Yeah, great place to go hang out, just enjoy some great lunch. Rodney Davis cooking that up for over 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get those ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Stop in, see Will Haver and that great staff. It's a Birmingham institution. It's Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
Other than North Carolina and beating Duke in the Final Four, your takeaway from this tournament the last 3 weeks is what? Is it the SEC maybe coming up a little short? What is it for you?
I think we see it's more evident now than ever how these bad seed teams don't come in with the sacrificial lamb mentality like St. Peter's. Like, I think they have seen it enough. I think they've seen Maryland, Baltimore County. I think they've seen St. Peter's, that these 15s and 16s don't just come in anymore thinking, hey, man, it's nice to be here. I know we're going to take an L, but we got to play in our tournament.
Yeah, I was going to go your direction, the unpredictability.
Yeah.
And I think there is now parity in college basketball. I know a 1 seed just won this tournament, but realistically going in now, I think you can say, 15, 20 teams can win the NCAA tournament when you don't have those elite teams. Last year it seemed like Gonzaga and Baylor, the way they were playing at the end of the year, were elite teams. We didn't have elite teams this year.
Used to a 14 beating a 3 was something.
Yeah.
You barely bat an eye now when a 14 beats a 3. A 15 over a 2 isn't just insane. We've seen a 16 beat a 1. Like, I don't think the bottom 12 teams in the field anymore come in just thinking we're going to take our check and go home. They've seen enough of it now that those games are battles.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but watching, and this is one of the reasons I lost the bracket. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but watching Kansas at points this year, I'll point out Kentucky, watching North Carolina a lot this year, I didn't think these were really good teams. I didn't think there were teams that, Kansas coming into this, maybe, the ability to maybe win this championship. I don't know, though. To win 6 games in this tournament, Kansas really heated up, and obviously Carolina, I just didn't think they were great teams. And it was a great game last night, and, ultimately I was wrong, but I think the NCAA basketball tournament is becoming somewhat unpredictable.
Yeah, to be a more unpredictable than it always has been. I mean, you go back a long time, and it was a lot of
now I'll say this though,
a lot of parity. But I mean, an 8 team had a 16-point lead last night.
This
an 8 seed had a 16-point lead
this morning, and I don't know if we're going to get to this, but Kansas is your favorite next year in Vegas.
Yeah, let's do it right now. Kansas is your favorite.
Yeah, so they're sitting at Kansas right now is 10-1 to win the national championship in 2023. I don't even know where the Final Four is. Do you guys know where it is next year?
I'll look it up. I don't.
If I had to guess, I'd say Las Vegas.
As I do that, Gonzaga's next at 12-1. Then you've got Arizona, Kentucky, Duke, all 15-1, followed by Arkansas at 16-1. Houston, Baylor, North Carolina, UCLA, 18-1. Those are the only teams with odds better than 20-1. Auburn is 22-1. Villanova is 25-1. Purdue and Michigan, 28-1. The interesting thing that I read today that I pointed out to you guys, the pre-tournament betting favorite has won 7 of the past 17 tournaments, not including this year.
Oh, how about that? 7 of 17 is a remarkable number.
It really is. I would say you could get that in college football. Like, I would feel good, and I think you guys are with me, Alabama or Ohio State right now. Anything can happen. We know that. College football, much more predictable than college basketball. To get 7 of 17 is really impressive.
But aren't we in college football where the 1 seed, have they not won the college football playoffs yet? Like Alabama was the 1 seed last year.
No, but LSU was in 19.
Yeah. LSU did.
Yeah, I think it was a 3 seed, had yet to win it until Georgia did this past year.
I think maybe LSU's the only 1 seed to win it.
Bama was the one in
I don't think
2020.
that's right.
Bama was the one.
In 2020, yeah. So it started in 19, and now they did it 2 years, and they did last year.
All right, so next year's tournament, your first 2 days, your first full weekend, Denver, Columbus, Greensboro, Albany, New York, Sacramento, Des Moines, Orlando, and
Birmingham, Alabama. We're back in it.
We are back in it starting next year.
Thank you to the BJCC and the folks down there.
16 and 8 sites are Madison Square Garden, T-Mobile Arena in Vegas, the KFC Yum Center in Louisville, and the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City. And your championship game will be played in Houston, Texas.
All right.
NRG Stadium, which I think hosts the college football championship game the next year.
How about that? Good run there. So those are your betting odds. Auburn is there. We'll talk to Bruce Pearl coming up. Alabama not mentioned there. They would be part of the field at Caesars Palace if you want to get out to Vegas right now. As we approach the top of the hour, we'll tell you Clay Travis is coming up, and we'll tell you that's part of our Michelson look ahead to what's next.
Yeah, make that call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I used to have the 2200 vision. I wore the contacts. I wasted money on contacts and solution every year. Maybe you've been procrastinating, thinking about LASIK. Make the call today. At least schedule the hassle-free consultation. Call, ask for Amy, 969-8100. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. You can also visit michelsonlaservision.com for more information. Again, write the number down, 969-8100. Call it today and tell them the next round sent you.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the show, we'll talk to Clay Travis, founder of Outkick, and the host of the Clay and Buck Show, coming up in just a second. But first, remember our friends at Bromberg's get you ready for those special occasions.
Yeah, hey, look, if you're in the market to pop that question, you need to go see the Diamond Specialist. That is our friends at Bromberg's, family-owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see them at one of those 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, Outkick founder, Fox Sports, and he joins us now. What is up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Doing great. Thanks a lot. We were discussing this yesterday because it's what we do on shows like this throughout the country. We like to rank coaches. And Lance was making the case, and I didn't wholeheartedly disagree, that if Bill Self won last night,
I did,
that Nick Saban is 1, Bill Self is 2 in the money sport coaches. Do you concur with that? Would you have someone else other than Bill Self?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting – well, I'd probably put Jay Wright.
Well, that's who I argued for, yeah. And Dabo's got to be in there, too. Got to be.
Yeah, well, but originally, Clay, I just said top 5.
Sorry that you're saying the best college and the best basketball because, yeah, I mean, you could argue, football is so much bigger in the larger context that in terms of its impact. I don't know what the size of Villanova's athletic department is compared to, say, Clemson football, but I bet it's a 10th as big, if that, right? But in terms of, I think Jay Wright has won 2 national championships. He's been to 4 Final Fours, if I'm not mistaken. And if you quantify where Villanova ranks, I think Jay Wright has to be above Bill Self because Kansas is one of the 3 winningest basketball programs of all time. But for kind of a wild run back in 1985, most of Villanova basketball prior to Jay Wright has been nowhere near where he has them now.
I posed this to a couple of Carolina fans this morning, and I want to see how you would answer this if you could just make yourself a Carolina fan. I said you could have the exact first season you just had under Hubert, or you win the national championship, but you lost to Duke in the regular season finale, and you never played them in the tournament.
Oh, I think you go national championship. I understand the value of beating Coach K twice, and I do think for Hubert Davis that was worth years and years of job security for him, not to mention obviously making the run to the national title game. It stings to give up a 15-point halftime lead in the national championship game and to lose as they did. But to me, like in the grand scheme of things, if you had told UNC fans back in January you're going to make the Final Four, you're going to win the Final Two against Coach K, like other than losing the national championship, this is one of the greatest years in the history of UNC.
I'm interested from your perspective. And Dan Wetzel writes this today. You and I and all of us have talked about it several times. There are guys sitting in federal prison for funneling basically players through Kansas. Sanctions are pending as a confetti falls last night, but basically what they're in prison for is no longer illegal in NCAA athletics after we've got NIL. How do you handle all that? How do you shuffle the deck chairs if you're those guys in federal prison? If you're a Kansas fan wondering if the shoe's going to drop and they're going to take this title away from us, where are you on all that stuff?
I would just wave it all off. I think in years into the future, the idea of the NCAA ever having investigated "quote unquote" improper benefits is going to disappear really quickly. Because when you've got guys who are going to be making millions of dollars playing college athletics, I think that's going to become a bigger issue. Now, what I do, I think it's going to become a moot issue. And I think it's unfortunate for those guys who ended up getting hit for crimes that are now, permissible. But we've been through this before. Bruce Pearl got, whatever it was, 4 years of a show cause for lying about a junior being at his house for a barbecue. When that rule got, I think, repealed the next year because they said, it doesn't really make any sense that seniors can go off campus but juniors can't. So all of this stuff, to me, I've been making the argument for a long time. If there was no NCAA at all, right, if you just basically eliminated the NCAA, all the teams that are good would be the same teams that are good, right?
Right, they would.
So, yeah, right? If you create a bureaucracy which only basically exists to fund itself and it doesn't have any tangible impact on changing who the good teams are, then what is the point of the bureaucracy in the first place? That, to me, has always been the real essence of the question about the NCAA, right? Now, I don't care about paying players. If you want to argue, hey, we have to make sure that the guys who are going to get college scholarships are actually going to go to class, that they're actually capable of doing the work inside of the schools, all of those things, I think, given what the mission of a university is, let's remember, is to educate. I think all of those are valid questions, but the idea that you're not going to enjoy watching a sporting event because somebody has a nicer apartment or a nicer car than they would if they weren't getting paid for the sport. I mean, look, I've always been a capitalist. And the analogy I've used for years is if you were a poor chemistry major and you were on scholarship and, man, your family had no money and you barely had any money outside of what you were receiving to go to school, and you had a chemistry professor offer to let you come over to his house and clean up the yard and mow and do all this stuff on a regular basis, and at the end of that work, he gave you way more than you otherwise would have deserved. Let's say that job was worth $100 and he was regularly giving you $500, and every now and then he might even slip you $1,000 and just say, man, keep it going. And let's presume this chemistry professor had decent financial resources himself. That wouldn't be an improper benefit, first of all. And secondly, you might name your firstborn kid after that professor, right? Because of the influence that professor could have had on your life. And so I've always thought that it's crazy that people try to look at who's getting paid and who's not from a purely capitalistic perspective. Now, I'm more troubled in college athletics, honestly, by the idea of perpetual free agency. And I think that's going to create more issues in the future than the idea of being able to pay guys, right? So having unrestricted, basically free agency in college athletics combined with suddenly being able to pay people whatever you want, to me, that combination is going to create major issues in college athletics. There needs to be a balancing act between the two. If you sign with a school and if you're getting paid a lot of money, you're signing a contract, you're binding yourself potentially to stay there until you graduate, and then maybe you can become a free agent. But I think that's the balancing act where you have, this constant, perpetual free agency, I think is going to become a bigger and bigger mess for college athletics.
Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. 2 great locations, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand, where financing is available. It is JohnstonRVCenter.com. And you wonder, Clay, what would become of the NCAA if your major schools just said, yeah, we're done with it. I mean, if the little schools want to keep it and play under that, we're just going to play under a different umbrella. I don't because really, if they don't have the NCAA, I think these big schools hold all the cards, honestly, with it, Clay, because imagine if just a handful of schools that included, say, Duke and North Carolina and Kansas said, yeah, we're done with the NCAA basketball tournament. We're going to go do our own thing. I mean, they would cease to exist. It's where they make all their money.
Well, I think what you're going to see in the next few months is the SEC and the Big Ten have created a big space between themselves and the rest of college athletics. I think that's what you're going to see. Basically ESPN has gone all in on the SEC. Their branding is, we care about the NFL, we care about the NBA, and we care about the SEC. And they may end up with some of the Big Ten, and I think they would like to, but basically ESPN is in bed with the SEC. And I think Fox is in bed with the Big Ten, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think as a result, those two brands are going to be on a different level than the Big 12, the ACC, or the Pac-12. And it's not only going to be, the big schools, as you put it. I think it's going to be like, hey, what do the SEC and the Big Ten want to do? Because I think they're going to hold all the cards going forward. And, I mean, if the SEC and the Big Ten just decided, hey, at the end of the year, the top 4 Big Ten teams are going to play against the top 4 SEC teams, and we're going to crown a national champion based on that, right? Given the size of the brands and given the overall impact of those two values, I think that I don't think they're going to do that because I do think college football certainly benefits from, let's say, USC. But, man, I can see a world where USC and UCLA are in, honestly, the Big Ten or the SEC, and there's a couple of more schools that matter, and then we've created a really big gap between, let's say, the top 30 schools or the top 35 schools and everybody else playing college athletics.
Clay, earlier we had a conversation, would Kansas be appealing to the SEC, and it led to Vanderbilt football. And when that got brought up, if Nick Saban had taken over Vanderbilt football when he took over Alabama in 2007, Vanderbilt football would be where?
I think they'd be a lot better. But this goes to my point about athletics in general. You can't hide kids at Vanderbilt or Duke or Stanford or Northwestern, right? So I would say those schools in particular have a different caliber of student and a different caliber of student-athlete requirement. And so I don't know that the kids that get into all the other SEC schools would be able to get into Vanderbilt, Stanford, Northwestern, Duke of that magnitude and be able to do the same kind of work. Remember, Vanderbilt only has, whatever it is, 6,000 students undergrad. So when you're talking about 100, or 85 scholarship football kids, that's not an insubstantial part of a 5,000, person student body. And by the way, I think you can throw Wake Forest in, which I think only has like 3,200 undergrads. There are certain schools that have been successful, even though they have incredibly high academics. I think Nick Saban could figure out how to win at Vanderbilt, but I don't think he could win at a higher than 8 or 9 games a season level. Now, it's also possible that instead of all those elite academic and athletic talents getting spread out to Northwestern, Stanford, Vanderbilt, Duke, Wake Forest, that ilk, it's also possible that Nick Saban started to win at Vanderbilt to such an extent that he got every AKA smart kid all over the country desperate to go to Vanderbilt, right? I mean, that is also a possibility, and that at some point he could have elevated to a level where they're contending for an SEC championship. But I think you're just starting off behind the proverbial ball that you're trying to push up the Sisyphean task of trying to win. I think is a lot different at Vanderbilt than it would be at Alabama, and I don't think it's any different at Stanford or Northwestern or the Dukes of the world. I think it's just a totally different environment in terms of the kids that you can recruit. And oh, by the way, I also don't think you can run off a lot of guys, like Alabama and other schools do. I don't know that there's the same willingness to accept, hey, a kid comes in and he's going to transfer out immediately at Vanderbilt as there would be at other places too.
Two quick questions for you. First, on what you're talking about, did Clay Travis, the Clay Travis Collective, give any money to five-star commitment Nico Amalieva coming from the West Coast to play at Tennessee? Are you in on that?
I'm not going to get into how much money I'm giving to. I'm rich. So and there are. I mean, in all honesty, I think before all is said and done, I'm going to have kids that I'm giving money for at a variety of different schools, because there are a lot of kids out there that are fans of Outkick that I see that I've had relationships with, and I just want to see those kids be successful. But certainly, I want to see Tennessee compete at a high level. I mean, I'm a longtime University of Tennessee fan. I'm not, Jimmy Haslam. I don't have billions of dollars, but I've got plenty of millions now.
Yeah, plenty of millions now. I like that.
Hilarious.
He is not on the record for being part of the collective or getting a five-star quarterback in the future to come in. And on a serious note here now, Tiger Woods is speaking live at Augusta right now, where I assume at some point, and he's just said he feels like he's going to play. Just the road that he's taken to be back playing this week. You're one of the sports voices in America. What do you think of Tiger Woods battling back from that near fatal accident now to where he's going to play the Masters?
I mean, it's amazing, right? Based on all the reports that came out, associated with his injury, I just think it's hard not to root for Tiger. That scene in 2019 when he walked up to 18, having won the Masters, is one of the great all-time golf experiences. I think it was at South Lake, if I'm remembering correctly, where he won for the first time, prior to the Masters, if I'm remembering correctly.
East Lake, yeah.
East Lake, yeah. Sorry. I think South Lake's a high school in the
Texas.
Dallas,
yep.
Texas area.
One's a golf course in Atlanta. You were close.
Yeah. So yeah, look, I think it's going to be remarkable. I'd like to see him make the cut. You guys, have you been to the Masters before?
Yeah.
Have you been to Augusta?
Yeah,
I have not. I have not.
Yeah. So, well, the thing that I would say that surprised me the most, having been there, is how hilly it is. That doesn't necessarily come across as much on television. And so the physicality for a guy who's coming off of the leg injury that he had, to be walking that much on the course, and I know he's not carrying his clubs and everything else, but you're talking about what do you think, 7-8 miles that you're walking on the course during Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not to mention whatever work you may need to get in on the practice rounds and everything else. I would love to see him make the cut, but that seems to me to be a really optimistic argument to make. But I hope he plays, and certainly it is one of the great stories in sports.
Yeah, I mean, what a lot of people don't realize is that clubhouse is at the top of the hill, and a lot of the course, I mean, especially the back nine, number 10, you walk straight down that hill and spend the rest of the back nine walking back up it. So it is not easy, yeah.
It is way hillier than I got the perception of from watching it on television.
Right.
Hilly may be the wrong word, more rolling.
Elevation changes, however you want to say it.
Yeah, there's a lot of difference on the course that I think when you walk it, you see it and feel it differently than when you watch it on television.
All right, he is Clay Travis. Go follow him on Twitter at Clay Travis. Read him at Outkick, and see him on Fox Sports and Clay and Buck. Clay, thank you for the time, man. We appreciate it as always.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, man. Clay Travis with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, so Tiger Woods saying, as of right now, I feel like I'm going to play in the Masters, which, of course, goes Thursday. over in Augusta. Rain coming this afternoon over there, which could change the golf course and maybe even make it harder on Tiger to walk in apparently his new FootJoy, not Nike, spikes that he wears out there. We'll talk more about Tiger's announcement of that decision coming up on the other side of this quick timeout after Rockstar tells us about his guy, Adam Mestre.
It's Adam Mestre, the third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
And when we come back, Brownie with developing news from the Alabama football camp involving a wide receiver you all know. It's next on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Back with you on the next round. We'll get to that developing Alabama football story first here. Brownie, tell us what is happening over in Alabama camp.
Our friend Charlie Potter, BamaOnline.com, part of 24/7 Sports, reports that Alabama wide receiver Agiye Hall is no longer listed on the Crimson Tide's roster. One day, as he reports here at Bama Online, one day after Alabama's 9th spring practice, the sophomore wideout was removed from the online roster. A reason wasn't immediately given, but sources told Bama Online it was not a mistake.
Not a mistake.
I mean, this.
So that comes after the first scrimmage over the weekend, where a guy who is the sky's the limit talent-wise was disgruntled, to say
the least
last year at times. Was a star of last year's A-Day game, and now he has made it through the offseason. We've got is it May 1st, the deadline? There's a deadline coming up that you have to be in the portal. It's coming up, so you've got to make a decision. It sounds like he's headed towards the portal.
Well, this is crazy because you go back a year and a couple of weeks, and people were raving about this could be one of the dark horse, great freshmen of college football in 2022.
And think about it, because he wasn't on the roster yet, Jamison Williams. There was more talk a year ago about Agiye Hall than Jamison
not even
Williams.
close.
That's right. Far and away.
People weren't even bringing Jamison Williams up.
Yeah,
And
he
Agiye
wasn't even on the roster yet.
He had 4 grabs for 72 yards last season. People would have said that might be an average game for Agiye Hall. That was his entire career at Alabama.
Yeah, in a sense, this isn't surprising, but in a sense it is. So it's not surprising if you look at last year in its totality that, like Lance just said, he had 4 catches, 72 yards, spent a lot of time publicly complaining about, his situation, talking about transferring, it appeared, in cryptic tweets. And then when he finally got a shot in the national championship game, did not deliver. So it's not surprising but it is surprising in that he had plenty of time after that national championship game, or after the SEC championship, or the semifinals when he wasn't playing at all, to do this, and didn't. So I kind of thought maybe the window had closed on that.
Landmine believer hits the nail on the proverbial head. He got his chance in the national championship game and came up small.
Yeah, there's zero doubt.
If I am advising him, though, get it together. You've still got an opportunity. You got a ton of eligibility left. You're playing with the best quarterback in college football, a guy that just won a Heisman Trophy. You're playing for the best coach in college football, the best program in college football.
Unless he leaves Alabama and goes to Columbus, Ohio, he's taking a step down in quarterback.
Yeah, and the thing about that is
he won't get on the field.
You've got 2 great receivers already there, and that was my last
it's hard
point.
now. Yeah,
and Jigba Smith and what you've got with Harrison Jr., Williams is gone, Mechie's gone. They need somebody to step up. Slade Bolden is now gone. You have every opportunity. You've got the talent. Get out there, get your ass together, and make it work.
You're not getting on the field in Tuscaloosa. You think you're going to in Columbus?
Like, internally, we don't know what's going on, but Nick Saban still had him on the roster this spring.
The other thing I would like to advise him on, and he, look, Alabama's not for everybody. I think Nick Saban actually has said that.
But don't you know that after 1 year?
Yeah, probably so. So it may not be for him, but boy, if I were advising him, I would say you exhaust every bit of effort to find out if it's for you or not, because if you watch the NFL draft, if you're going to play wide receiver there, you're going to get drafted.
Yeah.
Like, do you guys think Slade Bolden will get drafted?
I don't.
You don't think he'll get drafted? Not even 7th round?
I do think he gets drafted. Obviously, I have a stake on it. I think he makes a catch in the NFL next year.
Yeah, Williams and Mechie will be
first
and second round.
Look, I think Slade Bolden will get an opportunity in the league. I'm just saying I don't think he's going to get drafted. I don't think Garrett Dieter got drafted.
I think he was an undrafted free. Slade Bolden was way better than Garrett Dieter.
Was he?
I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was better on our show.
Yeah.
The other guy never came on our show.
I think he got more opportunities.
Yeah.
I mean, look, but anyway, my point was going to be Dieter's hung around in the league.
He
So
has.
I think Slade's got every opportunity to make a roster and play for years.
Kevin over there says there's no doubt Alabama's become a breeding ground for NFL wide receivers. If you aren't developed there, it's on you.
It is.
Yeah. It's on you. Now, I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction here. Portal, transfer, Texas.
Yep. No, I can see it.
Roommate, Jaleel Billingsley. Birds of a feather flock together.
Well, maybe so. Yeah. I mean, Kerry makes the point. Cam Sims barely saw the field in Tuscaloosa and is a productive NFL wide receiver. Robert Foster couldn't get on the field in Tuscaloosa and has been a fairly, he's stuck around in the NFL. I mean, those guys barely even played in Tuscaloosa.
Yep. And they're cashing checks.
They're in the NFL.
Cashing checks. All right. We'll see what's next for Ajay Hall if he makes his way back onto the Alabama roster, or if, as many is projecting, he hits the portal and ends up somewhere else. There is a deadline coming up on portal movement. Part of our show today brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar's viewing menu is every day part of that.
Yes, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787. You can also view Daniel's great work. Just go to danielmooreart.com, and don't forget about submit your T-shirt design and win. It's as simple as going to nextroundlive.com. Submit and win. It's all brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
When you think of a sport and you think of one person, you can name only one person in that sport. What do you think of, and who is it?
Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport.
Great film. Speaking of Don Gibb.
You can only think about one player in that sport. It'd be Tiger Woods.
A
in
lot
golf.
of people would say golf and Tiger Woods.
What about skateboarding?
Tony Hawk.
Can you name another skateboarder?
I cannot.
Well, I mean, the Flying Tomato also did that.
Yeah, but he's more
Shaun
known for
White.
snowboarding,
He's
though.
snowboarding, like I'm saying.
But you're right. He may have done some skateboarding.
There is a documentary again on HBO tonight at 8 p.m. Tony Hawk Until the Wheels Fall Off. I mean, this guy's been doing it. He was a stunt double for Christian Slater in Gleaming the Cube. I think Lance is the only other one that's seen it. That was a movie in 1987, 88.
Gleaming the Cube?
Yeah.
Gleaming the Cube with Christian Slater was a skateboarding movie.
His stepbrother gets murdered wearing a L.A. Rams hat.
Oh, how about that?
You know why? What Lance watched it.
Right back at you, friend. Hey, go ahead.
And the last thing is 9 p.m. on Access TV, there's a concert from 2010 from Chicago with the Stone Temple Pilots where they got back together with Scott Weiland and did a great show.
Is he sober?
I wouldn't say that, but he sounds a lot better than he did. He's improved a little bit. That's a good show.
Sober-ish?
Yes, in Chicago in 2010.
I did say to follow up, I saw the follow-up that Foo Fighters did end up canceling the whole tour.
Yes.
I mean, you thought they had to, but when last we discussed that, it was still up in the air. But I'd like to see Stone Temple Pilots. I've never seen them.
I've seen them.
They good?
Yeah, they're good.
It's
Well, it was a lot different without Scott Weiland.
When I remember we did a show, I did a Velvet Revolver was here at the Elk Mountain there, and Alice in Chains was opening up for, and I remember Alice in Chains was doing a long set. Like usually the openers are like 45 minutes, and they were over for an hour. Come to find out that Velvet Revolver could not find Scott.
Oh, that's a shocker.
Yeah.
And they came on stage about an hour later because Scott was just missing. We just can't find their singer.
So they were over there on the side going.
Yeah, they kept telling us,
play another one.
Play Rain When I Die. That's a 7-minute song.
So when you guys are like looking for something, if you don't have anything to watch at all, will you sometimes like go to a streaming device and you'll hit and you'll go to whatever the show is and it'll preview it?
Yeah.
They'll show a little bit, like a 20, 30-second trailer.
And it just starts playing if you don't stop it.
So the other day I was just flipping around Amazon Prime, and there was it was a documentary, and it was done I think in 2017 or 18, and it's about missing hunters. And it talks about every year a certain amount of hunters
Like
go
deer
missing.
hunters?
Like people hunting in the woods go missing?
Yeah, and it's called 411, like the missing hunters or something. So this hour-and-a-half documentary on these missing hunters. And so it did like a 30-second trailer, and it did the backdrop of this guy in New York. He's 82 years old and ex-vet, and he went out with 3 buddies, and he just disappeared, and they never found anything of him. So I was drawn.
But 2 buddies came back?
All 3 of the 4 came back. Yeah, and like they could never find anything. They scoured. This is upstate New York above Albany. There it is right there. So I watch about half of this, and I get to the point I'm like, they're setting this thing up. I'm saving everybody. I was trying to save everybody on Deer Zachary.
Okay.
I'm saving you guys on this.
Same reason for Deer Zachary?
No, totally different reason. But I get halfway through this thing, and like they don't ever solve. They go through, the next one's like in the crazy mountains of Montana. They find the guy's boots. They find his backpack. It's got snacks in it. And then 2 years later, they find some of his bones. and they positive ID, but they never say what it is. And I start thinking to myself,
Bigfoot, aliens.
They're going aliens. They're going aliens on me.
Oh, is that what they did?
Yep, they did. And so then I Googled the people that are missing, and they're actually missing, and they never solved. But yeah, this whole thing takes an alien turn. But what a good idea for a documentary, the missing hunters, and there's so many out there.
It's a great idea, but you got to figure out what happened because, like, my wife. So we were on the road a lot Saturday and Sunday, and my wife had been told by a friend of hers that's from Walker County that there was this. It's a podcast about this unsolved murder in Walker County. Apparently, there are a few unsolved murders in Walker County, but this one was the one the podcast.
A lot of empty minds, too.
Yeah, one's the podcast focused on. And now I'll save you time on the podcast. It's like 19 episodes, 14 to 19 episodes. I can't remember how many, but they're like 20 to 25 minutes. Horrible production values. The host of it ground on my nerves. But I got sucked in, and I'm like, well, I got to find out how it turns out. You get to episode 14, they're like, we don't really know what happened. We've given you all the facts we got. Hopefully we'll get more. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, was it Kerry Lawson?
Up to you to decide now.
Yeah, I mean, it was. It was like, we hope we can give you some answers later on. I can't remember. It was Eric Cates, I believe is the guy's name.
Well, the Kerry Lawson thing was really fascinating because, she was on billboards everywhere.
Yeah,
and
they mention her in there, I think, yeah.
And that never got solved.
Yeah, this guy got killed, and there supposedly were a lot of people that knew what happened, and, the mom was all PO'd at the sheriff's office and all that. I mean, it was interesting. I did not like, the production values were awful, and the host got on my nerves. But I just don't know how you do 14 episodes at the end. We're like, yeah, we don't really know.
I'd be a little nervous investigating Walker County.
Oh, well, she did.
I mean, if you got a little close to the story and uncovering that, you might have some issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of missing people everywhere.
I didn't realize the hunter thing because you think a hunter,
either.
These guys, they know the outdoors, they know the terrain, they're heavily armed. But it's amazing how many go missing.
Well, I mean, I've gone hunting 1 or 2 times in my life. I don't think I could break that glass wall over there with a gun from this point. I probably would shoot myself before I shot the glass.
Well, let's try it.
Well, let's say if we went hunting as a group, and then I'll use Dunaway as an example. Dunaway, he didn't come back.
Yeah, how long do you really
How
look?
long do you look? Like, well, we got supper soon. Like, he knows how to get.
No,
you got to be at Odie's. If we hunt on Wednesday, you got to be at Odie's.
It was crazy. So, like, the first guy that went missing, Tom, I forgot his name. Anyway, 82-year-old upstate New York. And so he was one of the spotters because he was one of the older guys. So I think it was 7 total went hunting.
That would be my role.
He stayed back as a spotter. The 3 other spotters came back because they didn't see any wildlife for like 3 hours. And then the 3 sons came back. And so they went, they were looking for him driving around. It's about sunset. They fired 3 shots each, which I think is like the international signal to kind of, this is where we are. They stayed out there all night. Then they get the search and rescue involved, and they get the sheriffs and everybody else, the marshals involved. And they did a 6-day search, and they did it with yarn. So they basically made a spider web throughout the entire forest. And I forgot what the acreage was on this thing. But in order to make sure you're covered everything, it's kind of complicated how they do it. But you've got the guy on the back end that's got the yarn. And so you're tying it off on trees in grids. And so you make sure that you cover every square foot. But they never found anything. They didn't find guns. Right. They didn't find a candy bar wrapper. They didn't find any clothes. He completely disappeared.
My fear, and I think a lot of you would agree with this in our chat room over here, is that when you walk, and I don't do it anymore, but when I was little, you'd walk in the woods, and there was one place that, I don't know if it was a mine shaft or a cave or whatever, that we knew where it was. You didn't walk anywhere close to that because it was just a hole. It just dropped off into nothing because of I would assume the limestone in our area there. That would be the first thing I would think of. They fell into an old mine shaft or just a hole that
I get that, but
up.
If you're scouring every single inch in that acreage, you would see if there's a mine shaft or not.
Richard says, the Rams play tonight. To hell with Dunaway. Let's go.
Yeah. He'll be here tomorrow.
It's a preseason game. No, but we're going to see some new starters.
Still the Rams.
Yeah.
Milkman says, you want to know why she couldn't tell you what happened? Because the case hasn't been solved yet, Brownie. I get that, but all
these are open cases, but I don't want to go into it unless I know there's a resolution.
No, but I anticipate if you're doing a true crime podcast, I anticipate you solve the crime or the crime gets solved in the course of the podcast.
Believe it or not, there's a lot that aren't.
Are you going to give me a belief of what you thought happened?
Well, the best was those.
At least, yeah, you're going to give me a good working theory.
The Unsolved Mysteries with Robert Stack, when they would finally do an update, like this originally aired 2 years ago.
Yeah,
it was the husband that did it.
The name of that show is literally Unsolved Mysteries. I go into that knowing they're not solved.
Yeah, like S-Town, although it was really good for the first couple of episodes, once you found out what was going on, it lost a lot of steam, but at least it had a resolution.
But if I'm listening to a real crime podcast, my anticipation is you're going to stumble across the solution, you're going to help law enforcement do it, or it had been solved and I just don't know the story. You're telling me the story, and I didn't know it to begin with.
But I've watched the Atlanta child murders like 3 or 4 different times, and they had the one guy that was convicted, and he's still in prison right now. But the majority of people don't even believe it was him. I do, but I've wasted a lot of time on that.
That is what
Wayne
Rockstar,
Williams, by the way.
That is what Rockstar is watching tonight, and some things that we've watched recently in our new Life Art viewing menu. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking to refinance, and listen, I'm telling you, there's a lot of stories out there right now about the home market, market bubble or market growth. As I say that, lightning above us here.
You jumped a little bit, didn't you?
I did. Mortgage Right will make sure you're in the right place at the right time when it comes to your mortgage.
Hey, Mortgage Right puts the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home, so let them make home owning a possibility for you. Landing a mortgage is priority number one when you want to buy a home, and with Mortgage Right, it doesn't have to be a hassle. They will give you the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. If you've been thinking about purchasing a new home, now is the time to act. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to start your home buying journey today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, so Brownie gave us the update on Agiye Hall of Alabama not being on the Alabama roster anymore, and sources telling Charlie Potter that it is not a mistake that he's no longer on the roster. More of that coming from Alabama camp the next time Nick Saban speaks to the media. That'll be one of the first questions he has to answer. I would assume a release comes out before that, or an announcement of Agiye Hall into the portal, which usually comes from our buddy Matt Zenitz of On3 Sports. He's usually the first to report that. We'll be keeping an eye on that for you moving forward. When we come back, more reaction to what Tiger Woods said in his live news conference at Augusta National. No surprise that Tiger, if you're going to have a news conference on a Tuesday at Augusta, you probably feel like you're going to play in the tournament. You would be having a news conference if you didn't think you were going to play in the tournament. What Brown thinks about that, and a lot more going on in sports as we move on today. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at High Point Property. If you're looking for a great place to call home right now, whether it's a home or business, High Point Properties in Helena, great place to go.
The leader in creating beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area. They offer several sites in Helena that range from 3 to 43 acres, and they are gorgeous. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to see more. 240-0204. That's 240-0204, or visit hppro.com.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from The Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon. Our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
All right, approaching to the top of the hour, Bruce Pearl with us next hour. We'll do Trash on the Table earlier at around 11:05, 11:10, somewhere around there. Plan on just the first segment of the 11 o'clock hour. Bruce Pearl coming up around 11:30 as we talk about the NCAA tournament, his changing roster, and Auburn being in the mix to win the national championship with Caesar Sports odds at 22-1 for next year. Kansas is your favorite after winning the national title last year. You guys reacting to Ajay Hall no longer being on the Alabama roster over there.
So is Ajay Hall.
More on that in a second. But first, Jeff says, aliens have abducted Ajay Hall, tying our conversations together about aliens and missing hunters and now missing wide receivers. Meanwhile, Ajay Hall has just tweeted himself. Scott Forrester shows it to us. Ajay Hall, news to me, but F's. News to me, but F's. I don't know why I read it like it's a Jeopardy question.
News to me. Who is Ajay Hall?
Ryan Brown for 200.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to show age here. What is the FS abbreviation?
Well, we were talking about that in the hallway. I believe we know what the F stands for. The S, I believe, is sakes.
Or it could be shat, right?
It doesn't really make sense.
Well, I just took it as all the F's.
It could be all the F's.
Yeah.
Who knows?
I don't.
Friendship.
Yeah.
Fellowship.
Yeah. But I think the first portion of the tweet.
But maybe he's grading himself last year.
Could be. Yeah. Could be. I think most people would agree with that grade.
I just always took it as I take out the UC and the K.
Yeah. Matt says for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Not near as dirty as we thought.
Okay, but
I was going with the F's.
But if it's news to him, but for sure, he's confirming it, right?
Yeah, it's news to him, but he's moving on.
That's a riddle.
Yeah, it is. That's what Smuff says.
Yeah, Smuff nails it.
Smuff says, Oh, he's moved on now.
I got it. Jai Hall is an enigma wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a mystery.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what it is.
Doesn't quite hit Deron Carter level.
Oh, we at least have seen a Jai Hall. We never saw Deron Carter.
Deron Carter was
he was the Bigfoot of the Alabama program.
He was the Loch Ness monster of Tuscaloosa.
Saw him swimming in the pool once.
Hey, our buddy Greg from Pell City. You hear the thunder, the lightning, the chance of severe weather again today and tomorrow. The risks are moderate there. I hate to even bring that up because we were just coming off about this time last week some storm damage around Alabama, 6 confirmed tornadoes and some others that many believe were tornadoes out there causing roof damage. If you suffer any roof damage during any of these spring and summer storms, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing is the name to remember. You just call this number, write this number down. You don't always need a roof contractor, but when you do, you want to make sure it's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Here's the number, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, 205-542-3531. And if you're not in Greg's area, and he's got a big area, but he knows people who are in your area. We cover a large footprint here on the next round. So if you're outside of Greg's footprint, he knows a trustworthy person in your area. So still write this number down, 205-542-3531. What you'll do if you get storm damage like tonight or tomorrow, you'll text or call Greg. He'll come out. He'll document all the damage so that you're in the best coverage situation with your insurance companies. When we're not talking about storms, he'll give you a free no-cost roof inspection. You can look him up on Facebook too. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A-plus rated Better Business Bureau, 205-542-3531. It is Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, Tiger Woods. We start Thursday, round 1 at Augusta. These storms are going to blow through leading into the tournament on Thursday. It's going to be really cold this upcoming weekend, Masters-wise anyway, cold temperatures. Rain, wet surfaces, cold temperatures, bad back, bad leg. Yet it looks like Tiger's going to play.
Oh, it's all stacked against him. I mean, yeah, absolutely. He says in his press conference today, in his press availability at Augusta, that he expects to play. He had played a practice round yesterday and was not supposed to play a practice round today or tomorrow. They've actually stopped play there today because of the weather. So he says he's going to play.
Fred Couples said he was phenomenal.
Yeah, Roy McIlroy said the same in his press availability. He's played with him some down in Jupiter and said he looks terrific right now.
Let me ask you, is that based on where the perception of Tiger Woods right now with the injury and everything? Because my example would be if we went out, the three of us, and we played with the best 10-year-old little girl in the Birmingham area, and she's just hitting little BBs off the tee, we'd be like, she was a phenomenal player.
Yeah.
But playing with guys that are scratch golfers out of the country club, she wouldn't necessarily be phenomenal.
But I think these guys, they're
just talking about the expectation.
Let me phrase it different. Is Tiger Woods phenomenal by Tiger Woods standard, looking fantastic by Tiger standard that wins the Masters? Or are they going Tiger is fantastic, phenomenal by a guy who almost lost his leg within the last 18 months?
No, I think I would anticipate guys like Fred Couples and Roy McIlroy can look at Tiger Woods and tell if his game is where Tiger's game should be. So that would be my assumption, is they're basing that answer on, look, I know Tiger's game. His game looks phenomenal.
Right.
That'd be my assumption. I don't know. I mean,
he's not just out.
Right.
He's able to walk the course and hit golf balls and not embarrass himself.
He looks like Tiger Woods. Yeah.
Okay, that's impressive.
Now, he is asked point blank, do you think you can win the Masters this week? His answer is, I do. And I don't think anybody would expect Tiger to have any other answer to that question. He's not going to show up if he doesn't think he can win. If he does, you will be watching the single most spectacular victory in the history of golf. Period. End of sentence.
Yeah, there's not even close.
Yeah, end of the sentence.
Look, I think it came up to almost that level in 2019 when he won the Masters.
And it's been worse now. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the last time he won it, I thought it was, that's one for the ages.
But you brought up the temperatures, and with that tricky back, that thing locking up on him, I don't think he's going to make it the cut personally if he plays, but it's going down in the 30s on Sunday morning.
Yeah.
So stiff back, stiff leg.
Yeah.
Don is in Inverness. He is next with us on the phones as we jump on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Don?
Hey, guys. Just a couple things. One, the Jai Hall thing. I know, Brown, you said it was somewhat surprising. No, it's the least surprising thing in the world.
Well, the only reason,
guy.
it's at least surprising based on last year.
I know.
Surprising based on the fact he could have done it at the end of the season. It would have been much easier. But yeah, I got you.
This will give him more time for his social media.
I think Don, to paraphrase Brown, I think Brown was saying it was surprising it wasn't December 5th, that it happened on April 5th.
Right.
Yes, okay.
I thought maybe the window had closed for him. Yeah.
He loves getting on social media and like predicting like, oh, y'all are going to love me. I'm going to have some big breakout, but then never does the work or does whatever the coaches ask him to do to actually get on the field and play and to, catch footballs. On the Masters, I'm, like most people, excited about Tiger. Brownie, have you seen the new Adidas shoe that came out?
The Waffle House shoe?
Yes.
I've seen the Waffle House themed Adidas shoe. Do you know, is anybody wearing it this week?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. Here's the Nike counter, is they need to come out with a golf shoe for Tiger with the Perkins logo, because if I remember from the scandal, I think that was his favorite.
Yeah, that was in his wheelhouse.
That was his favorite place, yes.
I've never been to a Perkins. Have you guys?
I've never been to a Perkins, no. I've been to a Waffle House. So Rockstar is pulling up images for those watching online of the Waffle House shoe.
So it's a Waffle House themed shoe.
Correct. From Adidas. I mean, it's not from some, fly-by-night.
So it's not like something John Daly has thrown together.
No, not at all.
Okay.
No,
this is one of those my maintenance guy. Now I'm having lunch at the Waffle House.
I don't know if Rockstars.
By the way, the guy who invented pop-up ads either had a birthday or died the other day, and he apologized for bringing that on.
Did he really?
Yeah.
So Rockstar's got it pulled up.
It's not a bad-looking shoe.
No, it's a good-looking shoe. It's hard to see, but there's that's waffle, there's a waffle pattern on the toe and on the stripes.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I'd rather have the waffle.
And there's a little syrupy color of the sole that you can see.
Yep.
So there's some waffle themes in there, and it's actually got Waffle House on the hill.
Yeah.
The logo.
You guys are the golfers, but would you rather have the pair of shoes or the waffle right now?
I'd rather have the waffle. I love their waffles.
The insoles
I love
look
a
cool.
waffle too.
Yeah.
I would go the waffle over the pancake.
I get no doubt about that.
Me too.
I get their
and I think there's a
blueberry.
reason that one waffle costs the same as a stack of 4 or 5 pancakes.
Yeah.
What's that reason?
No, I'm saying it shows you the quality and it's
Supply and demand, too.
Now, do you go with their straight waffle or their blueberry waffle?
I can do either. I typically go straight.
I didn't know they offered blueberry waffle.
Oh, you didn't know that?
At Waffle House?
Yes, sir.
Is it fresh blueberries or is it like blueberry compost?
Yeah,
Jimmy,
there's a dude back there.
It's a Waffle
Did
House.
you say blueberry compost?
Yeah, what is it?
What do you think? What do you think?
Hey, Jerome, you're on waffle. You're on blueberries today.
I just roll right by him sometimes.
So the compost would be a bunch of poop and blueberries.
Correct. Do you think?
Are they fresh?
I mean, what do you expect at Waffle House?
Well, I don't like compote. I don't like it.
Well, it's in a dang waffle, man.
I don't like all that syrupy, yucky stuff that goes in
Bert's
compost.
chili there is made fresh every day too.
I mean, you're paying like $3 for a waffle. I don't know what you expect.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong that I like fresh fruit? I don't like compote.
Yeah, I think most people do, but you get what you pay for.
But I think
the reason I stopped eating banana splits, was because of the compote that they put on.
This is breaking news.
Yeah.
I can't even tell you the last time or the first time.
I didn't think they made them anymore. I used to love them back in the 80s.
Banana splits?
Well, no, the Dairy Queen Dairy Queen banana split had the same soft serve ice cream, but they put compote on it. Now, if you give me a legit strawberry ice cream, chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream with syrup around it without the compote stuff, I'm all in on that.
What, can you find one of those in the world?
Neapolitan?
They've got it at Sports Bra. Yeah. Quick break here. Top of the
bananas
hour.
at Sports Bra.
No bananas at Sports Bra. Part of the show being brought to you by NASCAR
and
and
don't
Talladega.
forget, they're coming to the high banks of the Talladega Superspeedway. It is your first chance to see the next-gen car right there on those high banks of Talladega, and you can do it when you call 877-GO-TO-DEGA or visit TalladagaSuperspeedway.com for your ticket. Sunday, April 24th, the Geico 500, 2 o'clock green flag, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get 2 sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, if you're just jumping in with us, Agiye Hall not on the Alabama roster anymore. Not a mistake, according to Charlie Potter, who broke the story. Charlie's with Bama Online.
He is.
Bama Online with that story first today. Also, Tiger Woods telling the gathered media at Augusta National he expects to play. Thursday is round 1 of the Masters over there. Let's do the rest of your headlines in this hour of the show that is brought to you by our friends at Champy's, but our headlines brought to you by our friends at Simpio.
Yeah, Dunaway, it's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. Simpio takes care of all the BS when your business joins Simpio. They're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, benefits, and payroll. When your company joins Simpio, you will gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only the large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% of net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
Kansas wins the national championship last night over North Carolina. Bill Self becomes the first Kansas coach ever to have 2 national championships.
That's hard to believe. The winningest program of all time.
Yeah, but they've only got 4 NCAA championships, and Bill Self talked about the importance of winning one last night for Rock Chalk.
These don't fall off trees. I mean, they're hard to get, and so, the first one we got, and it was great and everything, and we've knocked on the door since then, but haven't been able to punch the ticket, so to speak. So, I think when there's an all-time winningest program, when just by a slim margin though, and when the inventor of the game was your first coach, and when the likes of Adolph Rupp comes from Kansas, and Dean Smith comes from Kansas, and Wilt Chamberlain comes from Kansas, the expectations are such where being good is okay, but it's not enough. And so nobody's ever put pressure on me. We got to win another one. But I think I put pressure on myself knowing that this place deserves more than what we've won.
Like the mascot, the logo?
I always have, yeah.
I've
always liked it.
I was sitting there watching, Carolina, and their uniforms are great too. I've never liked the Argyle.
Yeah, I've never understood it either, yeah.
But I was sitting there trying to figure out, watching, just one of my weird thoughts, what uniform I actually like better.
It's got a little Woody Woodpecker to it, but I've always liked it.
It's like we don't have the licensing for Woody Woodpecker. Well, I'll draw something similar.
But that the red and blue with just the hint of the yellow.
Yep. I've always liked it. I have,
good
Jim.
luck.
It's a good, I tell you, you can find it, and I'm sure you've done this. They make some good distressed T-shirt logos.
Yeah. Really a good looking a bunch of stuff, and Bill Self's now, he's like you said, he's got 2 now.
That's rare air. I mean, there's 3 active coaches that have 2. Jay Wright, Rick Pitino's the other that nobody will talk about. But again, if you combine the 2 money sports, I think Bill Self has solidified himself as a top 5 guy.
Yeah,
and you can make the argument based on all of those Big 12 regular season championships. Those are hard to come by, and he's got 16 of them in 19 years.
Rockstar, give me that frozen shot up again.
You're about to say what I'm about to say.
There's the toupee look.
He's going to need to start coloring the temples or get a different color toupee.
No, but I will tell you, so my gray started coming in on the sides.
Yeah.
Now, it's not poly walnuts altogether. It's not completely silver.
Would you use that look?
But I think some people, it touches them there. The way I can tell if somebody's dyeing their hair away from the toupee a second is when they decide to grow the beard and they've got no gray in their hair, but their beard's got spots.
Yep.
I don't know if that's toupee. I'm 50-50 on that thing. It was a big discussion on Twitter last night. I don't know if you guys are right on this one. I know you pride yourself on it.
It looks more toupee right there, straight on, than it does,
I'm not
from the side.
I agree, but watching with Tracy Wolfson again last night.
The way you can tell it is Jim Nance on the podium last night. He kept wiping sweat away like this, but you never saw him do this with his hair. He was wiping the sweat like this. He never once did that.
And the players never come up and rub his head. Yep.
Is that because it can come off?
Oh, heck yeah.
Oh, yeah. And
what about if you Gorilla Glue it?
And the blend, but the blend that he has with his real hair, that's what makes a good toupee, is your real hair blends in with it.
You got to be honest with me here, okay?
No.
I don't wear a toupee.
I get that, but you got to be completely honest, okay? Transparent.
Okay.
Right. Have you shopped these things? Because you guys know way too much about them.
No, I have not. I have not. I would tell you, God, can I use his name?
Write it down. Write it down, I'll tell you.
I know who it is, the guy I used to work with.
The guy I used to work with, yep.
And Brown pegged him because of the national anthem. Am I right on this?
Oh, I knew it before.
Yeah.
No, I knew it before.
But
But
everybody knows he does. But and this hurt my feelings a little bit because this was back before I was buzzing it tight like I do now. I was hosting pregame on CBS 42. I was outside the stadium. This guy who's a legend walks up to me during a commercial timeout. It was a 3-hour show. We were on the air forever. I talked to people in commercial breaks, and he said, "Hey, if you ever want to go ahead and make the change to now's a good time for you to start thinking about the rest of your career." And I got my toupee guy, my hair guy. He's from California, does work with all the stars in Hollywood. It's high end, but I can give you his name and number, and he can blend in with the hair you have left. Now's a good time to start transitioning to that.
Oh my God! I bet that made your day.
But I'll tell you, man.
You know how bad the rest of that show
to his
was.
credit, I mean, look, it did go away again.
It
so
did.
he kind of knew where it was going, and if you've got to get it on that on the front end, you can't go one day like this and then show up like Bill Self the next, right?
Hey, the next later that day, Johnny Manziel beats Alabama in Bryant-Denny.
What a day for Dunaway.
Yeah, I was kicking dogs. So no, I even right at that point, I was like, listen, I know I'm going bald. I'm just going to roll with it.
Yeah.
And wear a lot of good Taco Mama hats.
But again, I mean, some people can peg them, and I'm just one of those guys that can't.
Bruce Pearl coming up later on, reacting to the tournament. Hubert Davis, cut number 6 rock star. The other side of the coin last night is North Carolina. They led this thing by 15 at the half. And I tweeted this out. Is there anything more meaningless in sports than the halftime score? I'll give you 2 examples. Last night and the comeback in Tuscaloosa.
Falcons Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Falcons Patriots in the
lot
Super
of
Bowl.
them. Yeah.
Nothing is more meaningless than the unless you've got the halftime line. First half line.
Meaningful to some.
It was Kansas minus 7.5 last night.
Nothing is more meaningless than the halftime score. Here's Hubert Davis, the reaction to the loss for North Carolina.
I can't remember a time in my life where I should be disappointed, but I'm just filled with so much pride. I'm so proud of these guys, of what they have done for themselves individually as a team, the way that they have represented our university, this program, our community. I can't ask for them to do any more than what they have done, and I am extremely proud of each one of them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This guy's handling that job perfectly. That's the NCAA tournament. Last night, over in Tuscaloosa, Alabama softball pitcher Lexi Kilfoyle pitches a perfect game as number 4 Alabama beats number 15th ranked Georgia. 10 Ks for her. Scoreless game through 4 innings, and Alabama broke it open, including an Allie Shipman walk-off home run to run rule them 9-0. And in football, Alabama linebacker Rashaan Evans, one-time Titan, former first-round pick, 1-year contract with the Atlanta Falcons, where he's reunited with Arthur Smith. Those are your headlines right there this hour of the show, including the sounds of the game, brought to you by our friends at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. If you're looking for a great lunch place, Sterling and his crew is ready to welcome you. Whether you're a party of one or a busload, they'll welcome you at Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Great sides, poor boys, chicken on a stick, those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, and everything you will want in lunch or dinner or for catering. It is champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. Bruce Pearl coming up in a moment. We'll talk more about everything else going on in the sports world and get back to college football. But as we do every day, usually around 11:30, but a little earlier so we can accommodate with Bruce Pearl in his schedule around what has gone on with the coaches' meetings and recruiting and everything going on in Bruce's life. We do trash on the table right now. Rockstar, hit the big button.
They let me look at the lawyer's building. I know the vacuum cleaner man. He's seen my tits. I know that's not going on TV, but it's true. It's true. I'm not here to lie to you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger is always better. And our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a program that will help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. With Mortgage Right's Wealth Builder program, you can build equity faster than you would with most other mortgage programs. And you don't even need a down payment. Apply your cash towards a lower interest rate or a shorter loan term instead and save bigger and better than you can with most other mortgage options. Go big and go home by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first with beakers. When I saw this story, I was thinking tweakers, Rocky. I had forgotten
literal beakers.
Beakers like chemistry?
No, beakers from the Muppets.
Now, it's April Fool's
Which
Day.
is chemistry.
But at night, it's a different story. A group of individuals dressed as Beaker from the Muppets surrounded an Uber driver.
Oh, wow. That's bizarre.
That could get you shot.
Around 8 p.m., Uber driver Jeff Denton was taking a break from driving when he decided to pull over in a restaurant parking lot. Quote, I pulled into the dark lot, was attacked by a bunch of Beakers. My thoughts were, oh, man, I've got to get this on video. They ran off into the shadows to terrorize someone else. According to Denton, no one was hurt during the altercation, and Denton believes this is the work from the Springfield Improv.
I would tell you that I am not up to date on all of my mascots and such. I would have initially thought it was just a cheap Homer Simpson.
Yeah, there is a relationship, yeah. But there's
a head full of hair.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have thought Muppets.
I remember Beaker, though.
I do now, but
he couldn't talk, right?
He works with Professor Honeydew.
He does.
Yeah. But I mean, Homer Simpson has been on television, on real television, not public television, for 25 years now.
Longest since 88, I believe.
Yeah, so forever. And I haven't thought of that animal since
You
forever.
put those Beakers in a 10 by 15 room with Will Anderson. How long would it take him to clear them out?
Oh, yeah. It'd be dead.
You tell him how long you need, and he would get it done in that amount of time.
I got a couple in California has pleaded guilty in grand theft in connection with a gambling scheme that bilked over $500,000 from a casino. Prosecutor said the husband-wife duo of Eric Nguyen and Chan Tran conspired to cheat at Baccarat while Tran was working as a dealer in the casino. Now, Tran would peek at the upcoming sequence of the cards right before she was rotated off the table, then inform Eric so he could step in and place, quote, significant wagers. Now, the thefts occurred between 15 and 17. They both pleaded guilty to felony grand theft, were sentenced to 240 days in jail, 2 years supervised probation, were also made to pay restitution of over $500,000.
Does
anybody know here how to play Baccarat? No idea.
Nope.
No, I don't, but I was told it was a pretty easy game out in Vegas.
Apparently.
Yeah.
$500,000.
Yeah, I think you either bet you're going to win or the dealer's going to win. I think that's it.
In your case, you just go straight dealer every time, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
there you go.
No, you can't push.
More dealer.
You just deal out the cards and you say, I think I'll win, or I think you'll win, and you turn it over.
Okay, you guys both married into families. Rocky, you did as well. I did back in the day. Do you guys on your side of your family, or did they have any weird traditions?
I would call it a tradition. They made this thing for special holiday breakfasts that was called it was like a sausage circle thing. Did not like it. And they did.
Do you like the sausage rolls though, or the sausage balls?
Sausage balls.
Sausage balls.
I do like
Those are really good.
Jim, you've barely touched your sausage
I'm not
circle thing.
I'm not a mimosa guy, but mimosas are really good with the sausage balls.
And they also did this French toast bake thing where basically they put
You don't like that?
No, that's a cheap way of doing French toast. It's a lazy way of doing French toast.
Maggie deserves sainthood. I cannot imagine being married.
Was it Jane or the old man that did them?
It was Jane that did it, but Maggie occasionally has done this. You just take a casserole dish and put all the bread in, the ingredients, and then bake it.
It's fantastic. It's
Yeah.
like a little bit like monkey bread.
Mushy.
It's easier to do, and you can do a mass of it.
Yeah, but you can do a mass of French toast too.
Okay, anyway, the reason I asked this is, Brown, do you have any weird ones?
I really
Rocky,
don't.
anything?
Not like this.
I love how impossible Dunaway is to please on stuff. Like freaking Waffle House. Blueberry compote. I want
compost.
I want fresh blueberries.
At Waffle House.
I grew up in a trailer. I don't want to go back.
These McDonald's, these McMuffins, are they cage free?
Hey, so what Smuff said, did we ever talk about that on the air?
What?
Very bottom.
No, we did talk.
Yeah, that was in a Mystery Fifth Hour.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No wonder they didn't want me in the family.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Wow.
If only they'd known.
Okay, so anyway, here's the story. A bride-to-be is less than excited for her big day after discovering her fiancé's, quote, disturbing family wedding tradition. The anonymous woman took to Reddit to explain how her soon-to-be husband wants to cut her out of her wedding dress on their special night.
Well,
she went on to say, quote, they even have a special knife they use to do it. The next day, everybody makes a big deal about the cut-up dress.
The old special knife.
Told my fiance I don't want to do it, but he wants to do it, and that's the only tradition he isn't willing to budge on. There are other traditions he's agreed to scrap, but he said this is the one that is harmless, and it's important to him that we keep some of their traditions. Now, the woman added that her fiancé and his family are now, quote, upset with her as they feel that she's erasing many of their important traditions. The post, which was received with more than 1,000 comments, sparked outrage online, with many urging the fiancé to reconsider the marriage altogether. One user wrote, "This was a tradition from several different people and / cultures from back in medieval and Victorian times, back when women were property, not people."
I will tell you, and this is the old Jim's about to say something that may not be historically factually correct.
Yes. I don't believe you.
But I believe I have read somewhere before that there is a culture or a religion where the honeymoon sheet is hung out for everyone to see after the first time after the wedding.
The commencement speech.
That might have been in Game of Thrones.
No, I think help me out in the chat room. I think there was a time in history, I don't know if it was a religious thing or just a culture thing that...
Yeah, but y'all hung all y'all sheets in the mud puddle, right?
We did, but this was...
No, we're just trying it. We just washed it, we're trying it.
This wasn't washed.
Right.
It was just hung out.
Why, don't you think everybody just assumes that happens on the wedding night? I don't think we have to hang out the sheet to celebrate, do we?
I only brought it up as that was a unique
culture,
tradition. Yeah.
So it's a weird one.
Cutting up the wedding dress.
I think we've discovered we view this differently among us, but for me, wedding day is all about the bride. That's her day.
Me too.
The wedding night was, it's more about the groom, I think.
That's when I get into it.
That's
yes.
right. That's
so
literally.
Wow, that's an old school thing. So wedding night's more about the groom?
Well, I think the groom. No, the way I'm saying is, I think the bride probably of the two looks more forward to the actual wedding ceremony, and the groom looks more forward to the wedding.
Sorry, Jennifer.
That's what I was going to say there. So I would say, Lance, that we're in a weird situation here because it is part of the wedding day and the wedding dress, but it's leading to the wedding night. Yeah. So I'm not real sure where I stand.
It looks a little barbaric.
It does seem that way.
We have pictures.
No, but just to say, like, my great-great-grandfather used this knife to cut out my great-great-grandmother. So
that's a little creepy to me, too, yeah.
And it's not scissors. It's literally a knife.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have a fresh knife.
And we've got a gag ball if you want it.
Yeah, this is, my uncle got this one.
Okay, be honest. Around the table.
I've never cut anybody out of a dress.
What's the thing called that you...
The veil?
I don't know if it was actually... Yeah, I guess we had her veil, but she didn't ever have it down. It was pulled up. But the thing Maggie wore with her wedding dress...
The headdress?
Yeah. Did you, one time with that being the only thing on?
No, absolutely not.
My God.
No?
No.
Dude, so that's I've always wondered this.
No.
Hey, when you're wearing your GIMP mask, do you keep the zipper zipped?
I mean...
Or do you pull it like halfway back?
Okay.
So nobody else kept just their bow tie on? And just
I wore the veil. Yeah. I was all dainty.
Come on. Some of you guys did that.
Do I have time for one more or no?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. We got until...
How long do we get?
Basically
23 and a half.
24, yeah.
Okay. The Alcupa senior high school prom. No, what am I doing here? Is it Alcupa Junior Senior High School is limiting what snacks students can take to school starting next Monday. Now, the district posted the new rule on Facebook, which has hundreds of comments and shares. It said that due to excessive amounts of snacks being brought in, each student will be only permitted to have a bags of chip up to 4 ounces and one closed drink of up to 20 ounces.
Yeah, we need teachers having to police this.
Now, some parents said that's responsible. However, other parents online are furious about the new rule because it applies to students who pack their lunch, and lunches will be searched. Now, the superintendent, Philip Woods, told WPXI-TV some students are selling or trading snacks, which is causing arguments and distractions, so they want to minimize that. I think they have bigger problems than...
Yeah. So let's punish everybody because 2 or 3 people are doing it. Is that what we're doing? It's my favorite kind of discipline.
I don't like that kind of discipline.
I don't either.
Okay, a woman has now spent $52,000 cloning her dead dog. She got 3 identical versions of her deceased, quote, best friend.
But I never understood this because you don't get the memories. You don't get the memories, so it's not your dog anymore. Your dog is the memories.
Well, here's what she says. Francesca Jertzma was left devastated after her dog, Osa 16, passed away in January 2019 from canine cognitive disorder, commonly known as dog dementia. Now, mourning the death of her pet, who she dubbed a super mutt due to her mix of 5 different breeds.
The dog was named Osa?
Osa.
So one of these would be named Mimosa, and then 2 other names.
In September 2020, after being promised a clone of Osa, Francisca, in her 50s from Florida, was delighted when her 3 embryos developed, and she was handed 3 spitting images of her beloved pooch. Now 18 months old, Francesca says clones Osaka, and Osani were worth every single penny.
I think Mimosa is better than both. All three of those.
I don't disagree with you on that.
Yes.
What do you clone Ladybird 3 times?
Yeah. Would you consider this?
No. Here's the thing. Like,
it's the memories.
It's the personality too.
Yeah.
Like most Vizsla, the breed or what you get, the super energy, very loving. They call them Velcro Vizslas because they want to sit in your lap, lay by you, all that kind of stuff. So you're going to get that from a typical Vizsla, but her personality is going to be different than another one.
That's right.
You're not going to get the same personality.
You can't clone that. Yeah.
And I would never stuff a dog either. Some people stuff their dogs.
Yeah.
Not going to do that.
Jeez.
with authority.
Well, Lunsford will need to reset light number 4. Light number 4. All right, that is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, and everyone wants to be someone's first choice, and Mortgage Right can help you be number one in the eyes of home sellers across the nation by getting you pre-approved faster than other home buyers. Getting pre-approved in today's competitive market is a game changer, and Mortgage Right is the perfect lender to help you land the dream home. With their upfront underwriting program, you can understand your budget, minimize home buying setbacks, and shop with certainty when you have a underwriter's stamp of approval backing you. Be better than the competition by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
What are you laughing at?
I don't know why Rockstar cracked me up so much. But he said, Jim, you barely touched
your sausage circle thing. Is it runny?
It was runny, Rockstar. You never can get that stuff firm. It was runny.
Hey, that's your French toast casserole.
This is why he's always on the go, man. He's just always looking to be satisfied.
And the French toast casserole was soggy. I like my French toast firm.
Ponce de Leon was looking for the fountain of youth. Dunaway's just looking for
anything.
Yeah, I just want average.
Anything.
All right, we roll on. Bruce Pearl scheduled to be with us next. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's world-famous fried chicken, the one place on earth that has never disappointed me to this day. Great tamales, crispy fried chicken sticks, and a lot more. Check them out, champyschicken.com. Thank you, Sterling, for being so consistently good.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Bruce Pearl will be joining us momentarily to talk about what he saw in the NCAA tournament in this entire college basketball season and looking ahead to 22-23. All that coming up. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services. LT, if you've got something as happened in all of our houses or to friends, the place you call is Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, look, there's one number you need to put on speed dial. That is our friends at Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. When something happens, you need that company that is going to come out. They're going to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. That is our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones that I trust for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090.
All right, we'll talk to Bruce in just a second, but last night you get the winners of the national championship, Kansas over North Carolina. We debated earlier on what will be remembered from this Final Four more, the Kansas national championship or North Carolina eliminating Duke. Gary Parrish has a way too early top 25 out. And even though Auburn's having to rework their roster, losing Jabari Smith and Walker Kessler, Auburn's thought of very well, Brownie, by Gary Parrish. Alabama also in the preseason rankings. And that's what we do. We do it in football, do it in basketball. Right after the national championship, we have those way too earlys out there.
Yeah, Auburn 13, according to Gary. Alabama 22. I want to say he had Alabama top 10 and Auburn
probably flipped around.
Yeah,
around 22.
I think it was about like that last year, if I remember. I'd have to go back and look. So that's kind of the way those two are viewed by a guy we like and trust, Gary Parrish. I think Gary's got a pretty good view of things. And that's kind of his expectations for the two teams.
The betting odds that are out for next year from Caesars is Kansas 10-1, the favorites to win it all. Hard to imagine that they would repeat. That just doesn't happen a lot these days.
You just don't see it. And again, we're talking about 983 games combined by their top 8 scores. A lot of those guys are gone.
Gonzaga's 12-1. Kentucky and Duke, 15-1. Arkansas, 16-1 out of the SEC. Houston, Baylor, North Carolina, UCLA, and Auburn, all in the Caesars Palace odds to be national champions next year. So, and what I'm roughly looking at 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, top 10 odds to win the national championship next year. You find the Auburn Tigers.
And their coach joins us now, head coach Bruce Pearl, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hello, Coach. How are you today?
We're doing great, guys, other than the fact that we got a tornado warning here in Auburn, and occasionally maybe hearing little sirens and beeps, and maybe you'll see me blow away during the course of our our Zoom here today.
If you need to head to the basement, you just let us know. We'll end this thing quickly.
I'm good.
Okay. As you watch that game last night, I'm curious, as a guy that has done it in the Final Four, you have to make so many split-second decisions in a game. But boy, on that stage, did you ever stop and think, there's two or three I just wish I'd – do you think Hubert Davis is thinking that today? Like, man, I wish I had just done two or three things differently in that game.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I bet you he said he wished he had a healthy Babcock the whole time, right?
Yeah, right. No doubt, yeah.
Right? I mean, I would have thought that would have really made a difference. I have drawn up things on a last second, 3 seconds left to go on a side OB, and I'm sure he wished he could have gotten Love a better look than what he got. I was kind of surprised that once they inbounded where they inbounded, that Love was in a position where he's going to have to put the ball down the floor a little bit to get to a shot. Obviously, they needed a 3 to tie. I thought that Kansas would foul. Because the inbound did not get him a shot. The inbound got the ball, put it in his hands, and then he was going to have to, then it was spacing to go make a play. And I think that would be, if you had to do that one all over again, I would have thought that you'd have tried to get a catch and stick, where if they did try to foul, you make the 3, they foul you, maybe make a 4-point play.
After the win last night, Bill Self, now one of only 3 coaches that has 2 national championships. Izzo's only got 1. Boeheim's only got 1. Few doesn't have 1. You don't have 1. We came to a conclusion years ago, the most difficult championship to win is in college basketball. Why is it so difficult?
Oh, I just think because there's so much parity, and there are so many teams. I mean, in the NBA, there are 30 teams, and only 13 make the playoffs, and it's some of the same teams over and over again. There are 300 and something Division I teams. There are 68 teams that make the field every year. It is hard. It's hard. And I just think because there's so many good teams and so many good coaches and so many good programs, but that's why they're special. Look, if they were easy to come by, it wouldn't mean so much, right? I got one. The only thing is, it was a Division II championship, right? But I still got me one.
I've got a 30-year career. I've been to one Final Four. It was with you guys up in Minneapolis. I got the T-shirt on today. It's one of my souvenirs from up there. It seems like you have to reinvent the roster every year now, and yep. That's the process you're doing. Let's talk about the people who are heading off to likely the first round of the NBA draft first. Jabari and Walker leaving your program, and not the only ones, but those 2 guys in specific. They came in 1 year for your program, and they did something special. They'll forever be Auburn Tigers. What are your feelings of what those 2 guys did for you this year? Yeah,
it's interesting. In the last 3 years, the year before COVID, 20, the league that year to Kentucky, and that team could have made another run. That was a really good team. I heard Bill talk about the 2020 Kansas team being really, really good, and reflected back on winning that championship this year, because some of those kids have been in the program for a few years, which is unusual. And that's one of the things that made Kansas so special. They got old, and they kept their kids in the program. 2021 was the COVID year, and we had JT Thor and Sharif Cooper that were both one and dones. And then this year, Walker Kessler and Jabari Smith. That's 5 one and dones in the last 3 years. So when you talk about having to rebuild, reload, revamp your roster every year, that is really the case. Certainly the transfer portal and the one and dones and the NIL and all those things that are putting together makes it that way. I think the transfer portal is good for a place like Auburn. I do. I think I don't like it because I would rather have kids, try to fight than flee so easily. I've never thought there was anything wrong with transferring and going to a place and investing a year in your body and your game. Look, there's a reason why you transferred. You wanted a bigger role. You wanted more playing time. You wanted something more than what you had left. Well, then take the year and go work towards it, and then you're even more ready. I've loved having kids, sit but that's no longer the way the rule is. And so as a result, 3+ players per team per year are leaving. That's just a lot. And unfortunately, a couple things have taken place. And I know you didn't ask me about this, but I got on my soapbox. You know, there are going to be hundreds of kids that are in the transfer portal that won't have a scholarship when this is all, when the music stops and the musical chairs are played. You know, that's not a good thing. You know, I don't, but we've sort of set that up. And, but for us, it's been great because we got a great program and we've demonstrated that you can come in here and have success, you know, right away. So Walker Kessler goes from playing 8 or 9 minutes a game in North Carolina. Why? Because he's playing behind Babcock. He's playing behind Garrison Brooks, who was at Mississippi State this year as a grad transfer. And he was playing behind a first rounder that went in the draft last year. Those were who he's behind. So there was just no clock. Walker got better at North Carolina, but nobody got to see it. Improved more from freshman to sophomore year than Walker Kessler. He was the best defensive player in the country, the Naismith Defensive Player of the Year. Unbelievable athleticism and length and timing, and affected everything at the rim. And look, without Walker Kessler, we're not one the country. We don't win the SEC. That's just all there is to it. And he can also shoot the 3 ball. I think he's going to be a really good pro. And then Jabari Smith. He's the best jump shooter his size that I've seen in college basketball in the last 10 years. I don't know what jump shooter his size that I could tell you in college that was better. I mean, he shot 43% from 3, and they weren't all easy. And that's just incredible. He can guard multiple positions. Jabari will be the first NBA All-Star that I think that I've been able to coach. Tobias Harris was going to be a guy that I knew career in the NBA, and he would approach all-star status. Now he's at all-star pay because he and his dad have done a great job with what they've done with their contract.
Right.
But Jabari Smith's an all-star.
Yeah, I mean, for Jabari, it was a no-brainer. But back to Kessler, and we all agreed, a month ago that he might be your most valuable player this year. But for Kessler, projected into that first round with NIL now, and I know you want to do right by the kids, but does it become a harder decision for a guy like Kessler because he can come back, refine the skills a little bit more, maybe be a lottery guy after next year, maybe win a championship and still possibly be a millionaire with NIL?
Yeah, you know what? We never went down that road with Walker. I think it was his dream to go to the NBA. And I think once, that we did enough research and recognized that he's probably going to go someplace in the late first round, that was enough for him. That was enough. I don't need to restate what you stated because you've stated it. That would have been a win for Walker. And at the same time, so would be getting drafted. So I think you can make an argument on both sides of that.
Coach, we're going to cut you short here because we are weather aware, and you're literally under a tornado warning right now.
You're the Polygon.
Yeah. So we're going to.
Yeah, they probably want me to go downstairs.
They do. As much as we love talking to you, we can do that at any time. Why don't you take care of that, and we'll do this again some other time.
Auburn fans are begging us to get you to your safe place.
You guys do me a favor. We'll do this again. Let's do this again in a week or two, and we'll close the books on it. Okay.
You bet. Thank you, Coach.
Be safe.
Be safe.
Guys. Yep.
Yeah, everybody down there. We have family and friends and kids and everything down in Auburn. So, be safe as the storms are blowing in.
Coach on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, but he is right in the middle of the Polygon.
I do. He said that there wasn't really either decision would be right for Kessler. But do you guys see a little bit of that? Because it's not an exact. Once he gets these workouts, you see he's a tremendous defensive player.
I'll give you an example. Last night I was in Tuscaloosa. Montana Fouts, different story. They don't have an NBA type money. To make that kind of money that she's making in name, image, and likeness, she would have to go overseas and play to even approach the kind of money that she's making this year at Alabama. And she's got another year of eligibility if she wants to be a super senior to come back. It's a no-brainer to me that she continues to play at Alabama another year next year because she's going to make more money. In the NBA, it's different. If he gets a guaranteed contract, probably can't make that kind of money. But to your point, does he make up the difference in his career by being a lottery pick? That's what you weigh out. Can I get up to that sweet spot? And that's what I look at. Look,
I believe, based on what we saw this year, that if he refined the offensive skills a little bit, because in high school, this is a guy that was deadly from behind the arc. And you didn't see a lot of that this year. You know, you start to show that game to these NBA scouts, and you go on a deep run in the NCAA tournament, then you do probably propel yourself into a lottery situation.
Because that's one thing that makes like Jokic an MVP, right? Because he's so big and brutal down underneath, but he's deadly out from 3-point range.
And his ability to pass, and he's different animal altogether.
MVP
But Kessler is one of those guys that can get better and better. The ceiling is so high for a guy like that. But my point was, you're paying guys coming in all of this money now on NIL, and it's kind of an unknown on some of these guys. Kessler's already proven at this level. So do you guys not agree that somebody that is a booster from Auburn could have found a way to generate at least $1 million for that kid? He's worth $1 million to come back next year.
In a heartbeat, yeah.
So I'm just saying, he could be a millionaire, come back, you're still going to accomplish your dreams. It's not like your stock's going to go down.
Unless you get injured.
But there's always that risk, yeah. I mean, but be a millionaire for 1 year and a multimillionaire for the rest of your life.
But I think, again, Kessler's going to achieve his dream by going to the NBA. But if I was advising again, not that I'm a great advisor, but I would say, hey, look, I think you come back.
Yeah, but there's always, especially with big men, like there's always that one injury. And then all of a sudden they found, what was Greg Oden? They found that he didn't have.
Like something micro.
Yeah. So it was bone on bone in his knees, and it's just one thing.
But if you got that, you got that anyway. I'm just saying.
You do. I mean, I know, but that's why you take the money when you take the money.
The injury is how they find it. Like if you don't get hurt, they don't find that condition, maybe.
I just... if it was my kid, and if he was, first off, if it was my kid, Walker Kessler would be 5'11 and a half. But if he was my kid, I'd
be on the debate team.
Ball hits him in the face.
Yeah. I would want him to take the security of the money.
Would you? I think I would lean. Well, I would say, what's going to make you happy? I mean, that's look. You're a grown man now.
You're a better parent to me. I'd want him to take the money.
I mean, look, he's going to take the money either way. I mean,
but $1 million isn't what it used to be. I mean,
it is for a 20-year-old.
I'd rather have multi-million dollars.
Yeah, I remember going out with $30 on me back in the college days, and that was all I needed.
All right. We appreciate Bruce being with us, and storms blowing in everywhere. Stay safe if you're down in the Auburn area watching us. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Storms come in. If you got clogged gutters, it can do tremendous damage to your home. I mean, tremendous damage. And it's one of those things that if you don't take care of your gutters, before you know it, you've got a bad, bad problem. That's why you need Gutter Cap on the front end.
Dunaway's right. Keep them free and flowing.
Free and free-flowing.
Yeah, two frees.
That's frees
the problem.
And one flow.
Free and free-flowing is exactly what you want for the gutters, and Gutter Cap will do that. It's a patented aluminum cover system. It will fit over most existing gutter, keeping that debris out. If you want to eliminate the gutter cleaning forever, it's back with a lifetime warranty. Call our good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round viewer and listener. Call today, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Everybody's hitting the transfer portal today in basketball, it seems. Some of you are reacting to one guy from West Virginia that could be in the mix at Alabama. We'll talk about that. The football portal that's going crazy and everything else. This is the next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa, so that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Of course, Rockstar, nobody volunteers to go on the road and plug up wires and everything, this guy, until we're going to where LT wants to go one year. Practice round at the Masters. Now he's all about it. Oh yeah, we can do the show from over there. I can plug up
at least try.
Yeah.
I literally said, let's take the day off. I wasn't offering to do the show from there.
Yeah.
I always take the first day of Masters off as a tradition in my house. We don't watch it, though.
So you're going to be off Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday and Friday, maybe Monday.
Yep. If rain gets in, they have to go an extra round. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway, as we're doing some short tracks, including dirt racing at Bristol before they come to Talladega.
So they're just filling the track with dirt, right?
Yep.
Did they do that last year?
I think they did.
Okay. Don't miss your chance to see NASCAR's biggest stars take on the baddest track, the next-gen car, making its debut on the High Banks Talladega Super Speedway for the Geico 500. 2 o'clock green flag, Sunday, April 24th. Don't forget that garage experience, best in the business. Talladega Superspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
In college football, a couple of notes here. LSU linebacker Josh White is transferring to Baylor to reconnect with Dave Aranda, who is part of his recruiting process. Did not do a lot in his time in an LSU uniform. Auburn, of course, back on the practice field tomorrow and Friday, A-Day coming up on Saturday. Clemson has lost a 4-star wide receiver in Adam Randall to an ACL tear in practice. And that really is one of your biggest concerns this time of year, is not getting one of those injuries that is going to impact you when the season happens. And that one's going to cost 4-star wide receiver Adam Randall, where they're looking for playmakers at Clemson to do a bounce-back season. So that's some of your college football news right there. Of course, Ajay Hall no longer on the Alabama roster, being reported by Charlie Potter and others now. And sources telling Charlie Potter that was not a mistake. All right, we're approaching the top of the hour here. Wide open in the final hour, and you can jump on the phones at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That includes a comment from former Auburn offensive coordinator Kenny Dillingham, what he's saying at Oregon now. That's coming up in the final hour of the show. But back to basketball. We just spoke with Bruce Pearl. Our buddy Jeff Goodman has his way too early, top 25 out.
I more than Alabama and Auburn, I found something really interesting in this one.
Number one from Jeff Goodman, who is one of the guys we really trust in basketball. Number one in his way too early, top 25. Suey Pig.
That's what I found most interesting.
Arkansas, number one. Houston is 2. North Carolina, Duke, and UCLA. Gonzaga 6. Kansas, who won the championship, 7. Kentucky 8. Arizona 9. Creighton 10. Others of note include Alabama at 14. Others from the SEC, Tennessee at 18. Auburn at 22, and that's it for the SEC. As Paul, one of the great Alabama fans who follows us on social media, on Twitter, points out, that even with the schedule still in the works, Alabama already is scheduled in Jeff Goodman's way or too early top 25 to play number 1, number 2, number 6, number 8, number 18, and number 22, and they're in the Thanksgiving tournament with number 3, 13, and 20. We asked Nate Oates last week when he was on the show, LT, would you change your scheduling? Did you like it being as difficult? And he said he doesn't want to change anything. He basically said, if we didn't have the schedule we had this year, we'd have been a bubble team. We would have been a bubble team or not in a tournament.
Yeah, Dayton, basically. Yeah. I mean, that's essentially what he said. He said the reason we were at 6 is because we played Gonzaga, Baylor, and Houston.
I think Alabama fans like this schedule. Look, and once you get into the meat of the SEC schedule, you're in the meat of the SEC schedule, whether you play the out-of-conference or not. Arkansas is really interesting because obviously Jeff gets paid to look at these rosters and what the turnover is going to be, but Note was, the leading scorer of the conference.
He addresses that. He says, I expect him to leave.
He's a senior.
Yeah, he announced yesterday he is leaving.
That's right, and that's why. And
Chris Likes was a good bench player. Yeah. He's a senior. I don't know about that super senior year. Jalen Williams was a 6'10" guy that was so good on the boards. He's a sophomore. But, what is Jalen Williams can easily come out.
Back-to-back good recruiting classes is what I think everybody's counting on.
They've got 3 McDonald's All-Americans coming in as well.
But to me, and look, Musselman, I think we all agree is a really good coach. Having some of these big-time role players, you just don't know how chemistry is going to come together. So I find it hard to believe Arkansas is going to be the best team in the country based on a recruiting class.
West Virginia transfer Jalen Bridges tells John Rothstein he's going to visit Alabama, Baylor, and Michigan State before making his choice on where he's leaving West Virginia to. So Alabama's in the mix there, much like Bruce Pearl just told you, who's reworking the roster at Auburn. Nate Oates still has a position or two he wants to fill over in Tuscaloosa with the nation's number 3 recruiting class coming in. All right, when we come back, interesting stuff going on in college football. We'll get to that part of the show, being brought to you by our great folks with Redmont Vodka and Redmont Distilling, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games, which are now coming in just over 90 days.
And it's the official vodka here on the Next Round, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka. Their aim, color and clarity, taste, color, smell, vodka perfection. It's made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package, the beverage place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show today. And we're getting ready to talk a little college football here, and Brown's going to update you on Ajay Hall and some other things that are going on, and we'll continue the conversation with you folks on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline, 205-734-0923. We're the next round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Scott Forrester, and John Lunsford, all behind the big glass today. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks.
Jack the intern.
Sorry, Jack the intern's back there. My God.
He's back for the Caribbean. With an attitude.
That ego.
Did he drop another shirt?
Those pesky poles.
I mean, my goodness, you luck into one Jack 8 hold and win a pot down in the Caribbean. You come back all cocky. Jack is back from his spring break behind the big glass as well. And the folks at the Honda Indy Grand Prix are back as well. The Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by AmFirst, returns to the Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Helio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion in NASCAR Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber with special guest Tim Tebow, who kicks it all off as the Grand Marshal of this year's Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by our friends at AmFirst at the Barber Motorsports Park. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours right now at IndyAlabama.com. That is IndyAlabama.com, April 29th through May 1st. Let's all go racing out at the Barber Motorsports Park. We're 144 days away from week 0 of the college football season. Last night, Kansas wins the basketball national championship over North Carolina, so we're into the off-season, if you will, of football and basketball, which means Rockstars Lounge returns on Friday for that. Betting odds next year, Kansas is the favorite to win it. Gonzaga, Kentucky, and Duke, the usual suspects after that. Ajay Hall, Alabama wide receiver, no longer on the roster. Brownie, give us the update on what that was about.
It's a confusing one. Charlie Potter, Bama Online, tweets that he is not on the roster and that sources have told him that is not by accident. However, Ajay Hall tweeted another story from another outlet that I think references Charlie's story and says, news to me. So I don't know. I don't know where we stand with this, man. Ajay Hall's a confusing guy. So Ajay seems to be indicating that he doesn't think he's off the roster, but sources seem to be indicating he is, and there's a reason he is.
Yeah, well, there's a roster. If you're on it, you're on it. If you're not, you're not.
Well, I don't. Whenever Alabama's next spring practice is, we'll find out because Nick Saban will talk, and Ajay Hall presumably will either show up for practice and be told to leave or not show up at all.
One other note from football before we get to the college side is in the National Football League, where earlier the Saints and the Eagles had a massive trade where they have these folks who sort of grade trades, and they said the Eagles basically walked away with the bank in this one. What do you make of this trade, LT, Saints and Eagles?
Yeah, well, I mean, right now, if you're the Eagles, you still got the 15th and 18th this year. So you got 4 first-round picks in the next 2 years.
Yeah, the way this is being played is the Eagles are hedging on Jalen Hurts. Either Hurts is who they think he's going to be, and now I got a bunch of picks to put weapons around him, or he's not, and I draft quarterback next year. I mean, that's what I've read.
Nobody wants to be drafting quarterback this year.
Correct.
So the Eagles are saying if it's not Jalen Hurts, we'll draft our quarterback next year.
Yeah, we'll figure it out next year because we're going to give him at least one more year. You know, Jeffrey Lurie, your owner, Nick Sirianni, your head coach, they are saying that Jalen Hurts is the future.
Got you to the playoffs.
I'm 50-50. I can't figure it out. Every time I doubt Jalen Hurts, he plays extremely well.
On the flip side of that, Todd McShay saying yesterday that this is a 1-year test for Tua Tagovailoa down in Miami, that if it doesn't work out this year, they will use their draft capital to move up. And by the way, if it doesn't work out, you don't have to move up too far.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
they will move up and choose between Bryce and C.J. Stroud. So they're doing a 1-year test. McShay says his sources inside the Dolphins organization tell him.
You know, you say that, and I don't disagree with you on if it doesn't work out. But if it doesn't work out, to me, that makes Miami look like, what we got, 17 games now, an 8-9 team. I mean, I think an 8-9 team.
What if they're 9-8?
Maybe 9-8. Depends on if you're in the playoffs or not.
Well, it depends on how he plays, too.
Yeah, how he plays. I mean, there are a lot of factors.
And if they're 9-8 because he's lost them 2 or 3 games, himself.
Look, if Miami is 5-12 or 3-14 or something like that, it's going with those weapons. Just average quarterback play is probably going to have you close to the playoffs, don't you think? I mean, with Jalen Waddle, with Tyreek Hill. They've added Raheem Mostert. They've got a quality tackle. They've got a good defense. With all of that together, I think just even average quarterback play. I think, sadly, I don't hate this strategy for Miami is give the kid weapons, give him a tackle, see if he can play with that. And if he can play with it, we've got our quarterback. If he can't, let's pull the plug and let's go. Yeah. I agree 100% with that. The problem is, Lance, you're most likely to land in the uncertainty category. He seems good enough. We're borderline playoff. Do we do another year? I mean, what do we do?
My fear is that you've got him enough around him that he's just the fear for me with Tua going into the NFL was is he durable enough? And this just seems like now that everything is going the right direction, this is the year he gets hurt. And then what do you do?
Well, but beyond that, my fear is not even that. My fear is you get Ryan Tannehill. You get a guy that seems like he's good enough, but then when it really matters, he's not.
Yeah, and that might be Tua.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it just always ends up getting you.
Well, that was Jalen Hurts this year.
Point. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is young, but he was just good enough to get him to the postseason. And once they got to the postseason, they weren't even close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Titans didn't get stomped, but they lost at home to the Bengals, who ended up going to the Super Bowl, obviously. But still, that's my fear is with all those weapons around him, you get good enough quarterback
They lost
play.
In spite of Ryan Tannehill in the playoffs.
They lost because of Ryan Tannehill. Because of.
All right, those are your headlines there as we move now from basketball to a little college football. And this is what we used to call in the old days talking season. This is talking season. From now, with spring practice going on until we do media days in July, practice starts in August until we kick it off 144 days from now, it is talking season. And really the only thing, not a lot of good comes out of talking season, Brownie. Only sometimes you say things that can come back to haunt you. Two things happened yesterday. First, before we get out to Oregon, let's go SEC first off. It was part of our text thread last night. Lane Kiffin, head coach of Ole Miss. Tweets about Texas A&M getting another 5-star defensive lineman this week. He basically quote tweets a Texas A&M commitment, which only, I think, adds more interest to the Lane Kiffin, Jimbo Fisher saga. You?
I mean, yeah, I don't even know why Lane Kiffin is doing this, really, other than just to poke the bear, right? I mean, that's what he's doing.
Well, he was told by the commissioner to play nice.
Well, so he's playing faux nice now.
What is their history?
Who, he and Fisher?
Yeah, outside of the recent back and forth.
To my knowledge, they didn't have one. I don't know if you guys are aware of something I'm not. I don't even really know when their paths have crossed.
Yeah, I don't think they have.
I mean, Kiffin has been, was at Tennessee the 1 year. Jimbo was still at Florida State then. He's been a West Coast guy. When he was coordinating at Alabama, Jimbo was at Florida State. I guess, was there a year maybe where they played against one another? But, I mean, I don't know that they've got a history.
Maybe Monty Kiffin and Bobby Bowden have a history.
Maybe, I don't know.
It becomes a blood ward like the Hatfields and McCoys.
I mean, maybe it's Lane likes to trumpet that he's the best offensive coordinator Saban's ever had, and Jimbo's like, hey, wait, what about me?
I would have thought by now, Lane to have this 10-win season and have momentum with this program that there's just no need for it. I mean, you're the head coach. You're the face of the program.
But, I mean, Scott Forrester and I were just talking about it in the last break, is all Kiffin is doing is just tweeting, this guy is committed to Texas A&M. There's no commentary. I mean, it looks like when Scott sent us the text last night, I thought, what am I missing here? I didn't realize. I mean, it looks like 24/7 or On3 Sports or Rivals.com is sending the tweets, right? That's what it looks like, but it was literally Lane Kiffin doing it, just like he's covering recruiting.
Forrester giving us an update saying Kiffin has gone back to delete it.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know if Lane drinks. Maybe he's just he's into the Casamigos and decides to send out a tweet and wakes up and goes,
well, if you're deleting
let me delete that.
Yeah. You delete it, you regret it, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
or you're really, really told to do it. Really told to do it.
And I doubt he was told to do it unless his bagmen the bags weren't heavy enough.
Well, I mean, if you're told to do it, are you told to do it? Are you hinting from his AD or from the SEC office again?
I think only Greg Sankey or his AD can make that call, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you know of anybody else in his circle or anybody else in this world that could tell Lane Kiffin that one needs to be deleted, and Lane would listen? And even if it's Greg Sankey, Lane probably chirps back.
No, he'd hold his breath.
Kick his feet and hold his
So
arms.
wait, are you in the Jimbo Lane debate? Are you pro Jimbo, Team Jimbo?
This is going to be newsworthy.
No,
Hashtag Team Jimbo?
In this one, I mean, Jimbo's just paying players.
I think that's what Lane's indicating.
No, I get it, but I mean, we all know that. I mean, we all know that these guys are getting money, and
it's legal now,
right? So, I mean, look, he's being a sore loser.
I mean, the salary
Pay
cap
more.
line. The salary cap line was the one where it crossed the line.
Well, but you
that's-
also Lane Kiffin was going out for a stroll, a Sunday drive in an Aston Martin.
Yeah, I remember that.
So, I mean, I don't know what the difference is.
Here's Lane Kiffin on Twitter.
That was with
there.
Jackson Dart. You guys remember that?
I do remember that, yeah.
LT Overton is what he's known as, Lebius, defensive end.
I mean, Lane tweets it like he's covering recruiting for 24/7 or On 3.
Maybe it's a side hustle. I
Could be.
read the other days on Forbes' website that we all need at least 6 side hustles in our adult life to make it to retirement.
But if I'm Jimbo,
Wow,
again, I'm not.
6, huh?
That's what they said.
They say 6 what?
6 side hustles. Not all at one time, but in other than your main job, you need side gigs to get to retirement.
But if I'm Jimbo Fisher, I tell my recruits, hey, man, we're so good at recruiting, even a divisional rival is retweeting when we land one of you guys.
Yeah, no, we're so big.
Yeah, he's not wasting time, trying to get your services. He's retweeting us, landing you guys.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's a bizarre move by Lane Kiffin.
The other side of this college football weird world we're in, after Brownie tells us about our friends at Nichols Outfitters. If you're being fitted for outside today, make sure you get the rain gear with you.
Oh, they've got it there. Father's Day, by the way, right around the corner. Nichols Outfitters has a unique opportunity for a great gift. From now until Father's Day, any purchase of a Christensen Traverse rifle enters you into a contest to win Christensen Arms Ranger 22 rifle alongside. If you have an outdoorsman in the household, or if you're not that outdoorsman, drop the hint to your family. This is the kind of thing that would put a smile on Dad's face. Purchase one classic Christensen rifle. Enter to win another now till Father's Day at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham.
All right, let's roll forward now to the West Coast in the Pac-12. Yesterday you heard from Bo Nix, one-time Auburn quarterback, why he chose Oregon and what he's working on improving in the Ducks camp. Kenny Dillingham used to be the Auburn offensive coordinator. Now, Brownie, he had something to say that in talking season can come back to haunt you later on when we start playing games.
Yeah, this was in course of a post-practice where he's asked about quarterbacks. He's asked about, play calling, philosophies, Ty Thompson, all that stuff. And just randomly in the middle of the press availability, he's asked this question. What was the transition like moving out here? Kenny Dillingham starts with just a normal answer, but he ends up in a place that could come back to haunt him, by the way, and his entire program. It's awesome. In my opinion, it's home, like back on this side of the world. My wife and I know we've been together since high school. Both of our families are from Arizona. My brother-in-law lives in Colorado. My future sister-in-law's family lives in Portland. So being close here, being a direct flight back home, it's awesome. And it's really, really a cool place. Up until that point, nobody's paying a bit of attention.
Yeah.
Boring.
Go crazy, Portland.
But here we go. This place cares about football. I say this is the only place west of Texas that has a mindset of the South when it comes to football. This is a Southern school. When it comes to football, when it comes to sports, it's a true college town that can win championships. And if you're out west, this is the only real college town that can win championships. It's pretty cool.
Well, you just cut your jobs in half.
I mean, first part
on
of
jobs he's going to get,
Yeah.
because you're right. He can never be the head coach at Washington, at Colorado, at Arizona.
I mean, that would be the first question if I'm, Washington's beat writer. Hey, when you were the coordinator at Oregon,
that's where he comes back and says, "Hey, we're going to make this place that."
Yeah, we're
That's
about
how
to
he
change
answers
that.
it.
That's why you hired me.
But
I am biscuits with a side of gravy is what I am.
yeah, but if I'm Kyle Whittingham, I read this and I'm like, "That's son of a."
Yeah.
Maybe Lincoln Riley a little bit. Lincoln's so new on the job. But
this is a direct
Oh,
shot
no
at
doubt.
Lincoln Riley.
Oh,
This
I would think so,
This
yeah.
is the recruiting battle, throwing down the gauntlet right
Yeah.
here. We're the school.
That's
if you're
right.
out west, you want to come. You don't want to go to the SEC to play
right.
Southern football. Right here, we're the big time. We're
Part
the
of
big
this
boys.
is recruiting now. This is Kenny Dillingham
it's all
recruiting a little
recruiting,
bit.
yes.
Well, it is, but it's also some shots too. I mean, he's taking a shot, not really at Washington. I think they're off the radar. He's taking a shot at certainly at Lincoln Riley. Probably a little bit of Utah as well. They've gotten on the job, and they've probably started hearing how Utah's the favorite in the Pac-12 this year, and they're like, whoa, we run this conference. We're Oregon.
Yeah, but it's all. I think it's all USC. Hey, Lincoln Riley's there. Boom.
And I'd be
Everybody's
careful.
talking USC.
You're
USC,
like credibility
USC.
between those two.
Yeah. Well, I would be more concerned about poking Whittingham right now. Now, maybe Lincoln Riley down the road, but now Whittingham.
He's guerrilla warfare to me. Good year this year. He'll be back to 9 wins
Whittingham?
next year. Yeah.
So you're not buying into them?
No, maybe this year. I mean, he'll come up and hit you one year, and then he's back to 9 wins, and then he hit you again.
I mean, COVID year, he was a game away from playing in the college football playoff.
Yeah,
he was in the Rose Bowl this year. I mean,
the road to New Year's Day bowl games, not in the playoffs, are riddled with people that were close to stuff.
Okay, well, I'm just saying they've been just as close as Oregon.
They have.
Probably closer in a lot of situations.
Other than that first year.
Other than that first year.
Kerry says he did specify college town. It's hard to call L.A. a college town.
That is true. It is impossible to do so. They are at Oregon. Utah is November 19th. And I don't know if Kyle Whittingham, I don't know how petty he is, but I know in the Southeastern Conference, a coach will meet him at midfield and say, hey, take that loss back to the South with you, big boy.
I know Utah fans are petty.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what Kenny Dillingham had to say. When we come back, LT has our 3 and Out today. Part of our show is being brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light. Our friends at Bud Light and have introduced, after working a while on the new next in the beer drinking world, it is Bud Light Next, the newest and biggest innovation in beer with only 80 calories and 0 carbs. Here's the logo. That's what you're looking for in the can there. And it says right there, brewed for what's next right there. 80 calories, 0 carbs. It has a light body and crisp taste. Are you ready for what's next? Bud Light Next is available now wherever you buy beer.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Cowan Equipment poll question out for you next round live, and I find it very, very interesting. We'll get the guys to tell you about Cowan in just a second, but here's the question. If you're a North Carolina basketball fan and you could change the ending of the season, which would you prefer? What happened, which is beat Duke in the final game of the regular season, beat Duke in the Final Four, but lose the national championship, or not have the Duke wins, not beat them at the end of the year, don't face them in the NCAA tournament, but win the national championship. Which one would you choose?
Yeah, and I'm kind of torn on this, based on the fact that North Carolina has won multiple national championships in the last 10 years. I think the way this season played out is almost as special. And here's just a quick response from one Carolina fan. Beating Duke in Final Four is something special. We can win multiple championships, and I will never feel the excitement I did Saturday night.
Hey, this is a tough one, yeah. I would have. It's a much easier question if I get scalded by Kansas than I know. I wasn't in it. Being up by 15 at the half makes this harder to answer, because at that point I did taste some national championship.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you'd like to beat them at Cameron, beat them in the Final Four, and win them. You want it all.
Yeah, you want it all, but you tasted all of it too.
Yep.
That's the whole thing. At halftime, you had a little taste of all of it. If I'm down 15 at the half, I'm like, hey, you know what? Whatever happens in the second half happens. We beat freaking Duke. The last two times we've retired Coach K.
Yep. First 2 out of 3 respondents right there are going with the way your person is talking. They would rather have the wins over Duke and losing the national championship in Coach K's final year than the national championship.
And here's another one real quick, Brown. Last night was a brutal due to the choking the 15-point lead, but we weren't supposed to be there. And we extremely overachieved. We only play 5 to 7 guys. We got gas. Tough to continue to beat really good teams who are deep. I wasn't devastated after winning Saturday's games. I was just as happy, if not more, after all the other championship games I've witnessed.
All right, let me give you a flip side view of it. North Carolina will absolutely play for another national championship in our lifetime. I mean, it's an absolute that you don't like, but
I feel pretty good about it too.
Yeah.
And we know one person that won't. It's Coach K.
That was the only time you could ever do that to Coach K, ever.
Right.
In the history of basketball, that was the only time you could ever do that to Coach K. North Carolina, I am willing to say I am 46 years old. I don't know how long God will grant me on this earth. But I am willing to say in my lifetime, North Carolina will play for another national championship.
I feel pretty good about that too. North Carolina did. They were the executioner.
Yep.
They dropped the guillotine.
Yep, and that was your only time ever in the history of basketball you could have done that.
So from Duke's perspective, did it save a little face last night, though, that they didn't win it all?
No, they'll never hear the end of this, ever. They'll never hear the end.
Yeah, I've got a 4 downs coming up on that.
Okay, from the kick six perspective, though, did it help that Auburn blew the lead to Florida State? That they didn't win the national championship?
Ask Alabama fans if they've ever quit hearing about the kick six. They hear about it all the time.
They haven't, but
I think more about that game than I think about Auburn losing the national championship.
I agree. I mean, that was
it would have been worse, though, if you're an Alabama fan, if Auburn had also stuck the landing. Yeah.
Sure.
I guess. I don't know that if Auburn had never won a national championship, yes, but they just won one in 2010. That was just 3 years later. I don't know that it would have affected it that much one way or the other.
That's a Cowan Equipment poll question first, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, our friends at Cowan Equipment, they are proud to partner with the Next Round on this venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, Cowan.com.
Greg's got the better question.
Okay.
Alabama loses to Auburn in 2017, wins the national championship. Would Auburn fans have flipped that?
Yeah, for Auburn to win the national championship.
Yeah, I lose to Alabama at Jordan-Hare, but I turn around and win the national championship.
Again, it's a little bit different. Auburn is not where North Carolina is in basketball. Yeah. Auburn football and North Carolina basketball aren't the same.
Yeah. Or is there an Alabama fan? Here's the better question, which is what Greg actually asked, and I got his question wrong. Is there an Alabama fan that would flip it? A win to Auburn, but Georgia beats us to the national championship game. How about that?
No, but it's not an iconic Auburn coach that sends him off.
Here's the ultimate.
How
How about this? Nick Saban decides to pull a Coach K. We all agree he's not. You know it's his last Iron Bowl. It's in Tuscaloosa. Alabama gets beat by Auburn, but both teams make the college football playoff, and then Auburn actually beats Alabama in the semifinals but loses the national championship. Would Auburn fans take those final 2 wins over Saban, shutting him down in his last game at Bryant-Denny and his last game ever, but losing the national championship?
Yes.
Or would they rather win the national championship?
I think they'd take the 2.
Auburn
There's
would.
your
Alabama wouldn't. Alabama would want the national championship.
But I think Carolina fans, based on it was Coach K.
Yeah. All right. Interesting scenarios, hypotheticals. We could ask Nick Saban that next time we're around him. He loves those kind of questions.
It's kind of a rock star question. We just got to include some humor.
Yeah. All right. Let's do our 3 and out today. LT's got it for us. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. No matter what your need is, whether it's tires, they're the best at that. Also, bumper-to-bumper automotive services, they'll take care of that. Great locations all over the Birmingham area. 4 locations. In fact, it's our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yes, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations. Anything you need bumper-to-bumper, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, moving forward, more Final Fours for Bill Self or championship game appearances for Saban.
Final 4 for Bill Self or championship game appearances for Saban. I'll say Final 4 appearances for Bill Self.
What did we determine yesterday? Self's 59. I feel like
58, 59.
58, 59. Numbers probably do not back me up on this. I feel like Kansas probably 1 out of every 5 years is in the Final Four. Is that too much, you think?
No, that's about right.
Yeah.
I think Saban's got at least 1 more championship game in it.
Yeah, but that would be probably 2 more Final Fours in Bill Self's career. I think I'd go Bill Self there.
Oh, I think that's going to be tight.
Yeah, it is going to be tight.
I think I would take Saban here.
Yeah, could go either way.
Second down.
Yeah. Okay, how about this? Next 5 years, you get the combination of Alabama-Auburn basketball for Final Four appearances, or the combo of Kansas-North Carolina for national championships. They got to win the national championship. Alabama-Auburn just got to get to a Final Four.
Historically, we've comboed what for one of those?
Yeah, 1.
I know, I get it.
And Kansas and North Carolina
They seem
comboed.
like they're in different places now, though. These basketball programs.
They do.
They are. I mean, they're showing up in national recruiting rankings and odds to win the national championship.
So, a simple way to break it down:
different.
next 5 years, do you think Carolina or Kansas wins a national championship? Next 5 years,
I'd bet yes in that. It's 2 really good programs.
I mean, I would take the field on no that neither Kansas or North Carolina wins it.
Do you
Given
think
that
the
choice,
combo
yes.
of Alabama-Auburn makes 1 Final Four over the next 5 years?
I don't know.
I haven't seen it in my lifetime, but one time I got the T-shirt to prove it.
Yeah, I think I'll see 1 over the next 5 years.
Do you
between
really?
Those 2, yeah.
Between Auburn and Alabama?
Yeah, I think so.
You just know how hard it is. And we talked to Bruce Pearl about that earlier, but what are we in? April? Just probably, 3 months ago, almost everybody thought Auburn was unquestionably the best team in the country. Yeah. Almost unquestionably the best team in the country. They didn't even make it, Lance, out of the first weekend. It's hard.
Oh, I get it.
If you were taking Kansas out of the mix, if you were going Duke, North Carolina, and Alabama and Auburn, I would feel better about Alabama and Auburn's chances because Duke's changing coaches and Hubert Davis is in his first year, no guaranteed of success. Gus Malzahn had success his first year. Larry Coker had success his first year. I can name a number of coaches who had success their first year. Can they sustain it? And then Duke is changing coaches. Can Shire actually keep it all rolling down the road at Duke? Meanwhile, Bruce Pearl and Nate Oates have Alabama and Auburn at a certain place. It's Kansas that makes it a tougher choice for me because Bill Self and Kansas are perennially good programs.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a good program.
It took Bill Self as good as they've been, and they've been ones, 4 or 5 times throughout the bookends of the championships. It's been 14 years.
Oh, I can tell you, there's 2 teams that have wrecked more brackets in my lifetime. For me, it's
Gonzaga?
Kansas and Purdue.
Oh.
Kansas and Purdue.
Yeah.
Kansas and Purdue. There have been times I've had those teams going deep, and both of them, when I've got them going deep, let me down.
If you get Kansas the right year, you're fine. But if you get them the wrong year, buddy, they go out early. I mean, I'm not going to be stunned if both Duke and North Carolina fall off right now. Like, I don't know that Hubert Davis can sustain this.
I'll tell you, the guy that won the most over this tournament was Hubert Davis.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt. But do you know if he can sustain it? You have no idea. And I really don't think John Shire. I don't know. I mean, these are the types of things you say that come back to bite you in the butt when he wins 3 national championships. Shire, I just don't think. I think Duke will fall off a little bit under Shire.
Third down.
Okay, think before you just jump on this one. Rockstar, jump in. But more famous celebrity alum, Kansas's Paul Rudd or North Carolina's Andy Griffith?
Oh, I mean, I think it's
Andy
easy.
Griffith.
Andy Griffith.
Okay,
yeah.
say it again.
More famous alum, Kansas's Paul Rudd or UNC's Andy Griffith?
Andy Griffith.
Well, I mean, there's a generational divide there. There's an equator, right? If you ask this question, 20 years ago, Andy Griffith would blow.
No, but Jack Nicholson, there's a divide there.
There is, but listen to me. In the early 60s, Andy Griffith was the biggest star in television.
One of them, yeah.
I'll give you that.
So I don't know that Paul Rudd.
Paul Rudd is the what is it? The best looking man?
Sexiest man alive.
Sexiest man alive.
But he's never been anywhere close to the biggest star in anything.
No,
Andy Griffith was the biggest star in TV.
Look, he was one of the Marvel superheroes in
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man. Oh, okay.
I get it. I'm just saying he's been in a ton of stuff.
Yeah.
Are you saying like right now in this moment in history, or at any point in their career? At any point in their career, Andy Griffith was a much bigger star than Paul Rudd.
I get that, but just the longevity, the better career.
Well, I'm telling you, at this moment in time, it is still very close. That's how
Andy
big
Griffith's been dead a decade.
Yeah, and that's how big Andy Griffith was.
Yeah.
Was it PCU where they have a guy that just sits in the dorm room saying, like, at all times, there's a theory that at all times, sometime during the world, there was Andy Griffith playing, and he sits there watching TV.
Yeah.
Not anymore. But there at one point, that was the case. I think it's Friends now.
Oh, Friends. My God,
Yeah,
Friends.
I think I Love Lucy, Andy Griffith, Friends have all hit that.
Paul Rudd was on Friends, right?
MASH at one point.
He was.
MASH, yeah. Was that the best Kansas had to offer? No slight to Paul Rudd.
Yeah, it was.
Danny Carey from Tool.
I heard that Charlie Sheen went there, and then I was like, "There's no way,
No way.
There's no way that guy went to school."
He's passing through.
Yeah, it's got to be Andy Griffith. Yeah, Andy Griffith was a pretty big movie star too. Then wasn't he? Dunaway.
I don't think he was.
I think Andy Griffith had some good movies.
Gospel singer, Matt
No,
Lauer.
he was definitely a gospel
He was
singer.
gospel singer,
comedian.
Christmas albums, big on Christmas albums. It was
Yeah,
comedian.
I don't think
comedian.
he could break into film.
Oh, you don't?
No, I think he was probably stereotyped.
But I think he also owned studios. I mean, like old production companies.
I'm not doubting. Look, the dude was super successful. I never got the show.
What's not to get? It's a show about nothing. Oh wait, that was Seinfeld.
Seinfeld. It's a show about something. It's a show
Fourth
about
down.
Okay.
a forgotten time.
Who owns the bigger rivalry right now? Who owns it bigger, I guess? North Carolina over Duke or Alabama over Auburn?
Well, Alabama over Auburn.
I mean, relatively speaking, Auburn has held their own as far as
It's been every other year.
some
just about.
relevance. Yes.
Even this year, Dunaway, Auburn did absolutely everything but beat Alabama, who played for the national championship.
But Alabama, like if you just go last decade, 7-3 in the rivalry. They've got 4 national championships.
Yeah.
And I think what North Carolina just did to Duke over the last month, I think it put a nail in their head.
But when did Duke win the national championship last?
16? No, 14.
15.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
North Carolina's won one since.
Yeah. I think the way you just presented it there, Alabama. I mean, Duke, North Carolina has been a little more even. 7-3, I guess if I had stopped and counted, I would have known it was 7-3, but it feels closer than that.
Well, because the losses are so monumental for Alabama in that game.
Well, they are, and Auburn, by and large, gets blown out in Bryant-Denny, and the games in Jordan-Hare are just insanely good, and Auburn wins them.
Usually when Auburn
Most
wins,
of the time.
it is knocking Alabama out of the national championship race.
And it's an insanely good game at Jordan-Hare in that amazing atmosphere, and they go to Bryant-Denny and they get blown out. So it feels a little more separated. I'll give you that.
That is our 3 and Out today.
Brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Auto. For more information, stop by and see them. Get a look at the wheel alignment, tires, whatever you need, bumper to bumper, they can handle for you and your family, and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, we continue the conversation with you guys. Don Johnson from Miami Vice and Nash Bridges.
I did not see that. I'm not doubting it, but I looked last night at Famous Alums, and I did not see it.
Part of the Kansas City Jayhawks, he said there.
Kansas City Jayhawks. Thank you, Mark Emmert.
All right, we roll on. This is The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
We are back. The The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Amherst, returns to Barber Motorsports Park April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson, will battle it out at Barber. And Tim Tebow will kick it all off as our Grand Marshal. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at IndyAlabama.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. A lot of you are jumping in asking, will Rockstar return to the lounge this Friday? John writes in, hey, Dunaway, are we going to have Rockstar Birmingham in the Next Round lounge now? Question marks. I just wrote back, starts Friday, we hope. Where are you right now, Rockstar? I'm possibly taking the stage Friday. Does North Carolina have a big basketball game but would have you cancel the lounge on Friday?
Well, they're doing pre-production for the Hard Knocks, so I don't know if I'm going to be here. And I'll always take off the Thursday of the Masters, always.
So Friday is the lounge, and we hope to have Rockstar in it this Friday. Should be a lot of fun. Mortgage Right bringing you part of the show today.
Hey, we all need a little help sometimes, and our friends at Mortgage Right are ready to lend you a hand. Mortgage Right's down payment assistance program gives you the option to purchase a new home without coming out of pocket for a down payment. Their team of mortgage experts always ready to offer their time, tips, and tools to help you move in with confidence and no money down. Take advantage of this home buying benefit by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Katie writes in at Next Round Live, found out this morning when I went on the website that my bracket finished third in the Next Round Live Bracket Challenge. Way to go, Katie.
Now, what does that get, Katie? $25 to $50?
That's up the Champions list there.
Good for her.
Yeah. Congratulations to her. By the way, Katie is a dog mom and an RN. Thank you, Katie.
Good deal. Yeah, that's awesome.
Wonder if her dog's a big booty cutie.
Cutie with a booty, bro.
Cutie with a booty. Excuse me.
Don't misquote it. It makes it sound stupid.
I know. I don't want to.
Katie, if you're tuning into the show for the first time, that was not a Jim Dunaway comment. That was actually a rare Ryan Brown awkward comment.
Said the dog.
No, you had the awkward comment of the day, though, Dunaway.
About the bridal thing?
Yeah.
Is that awkward?
I mean, it's one
Was
thing.
that awkward?
I'm sure you've mowed through a few of them with an Alabama jersey on, but.
Mowed through.
But a veil.
I can't remember
No, keep it on.
Can't remember the kid who played wide receiver at Auburn, but there was
Freddie Wagan. I've heard the story.
Freddie Wagan, yeah. It was his ex-girlfriend had a Freddie Wagan game-worn jersey one time, yes.
God, that had to stink.
Yeah, mighty. Dunaway is a straight-up freak.
There may have been a roll tide at some point in that one.
I'm sure.
Dunaway goes, Sanford Stadium. I know the smell.
It might have been a roll tide.
I may have said, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good.
Did you give Mike Price advice on that one show? Just tell him it's rolling.
You're the head coach at Alabama. You're untouchable.
Do whatever you want.
Hey, did you
just end it with roll tide?
Have you ever? It's rolling, baby. Have you ever checked on? Are you going to do covers or originals?
This is back to the Round Table Lounge.
We can roll the dice.
I think we roll the dice.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I mean, we're not going to get sued. It's just going to be, we're going to get flagged.
Yeah, you get flagged.
Lunsford knows how to handle that.
Jeff B. says Larry Langford The name is 37th in the bracket challenge. Does 37th get anything? No.
Nope. Larry Linkling not going to get anything.
You could do it kind of Weird Al Yankovic-like. Just change the lyrics a little bit.
Jack says, my bracket finished
So many conversations going on.
in the top 1,138.
Yeah, don't get anything. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Developing news now coming out. Brownie Rivals reporting something?
Yeah, it is. Brian Stoltz of Rivals.com. This is an unfortunate report, and obviously hope, not that I want Brian to get a story wrong, but potentially maybe there's some, information that changes in this. But according to Brian about 10 minutes ago, per sources, former Auburn coach, now UCF coach Gus Malzahn was involved in a car accident Monday night in Auburn. A man was lifted away in a helicopter. Brian goes on to say, we are not sure how Malzahn was involved, whether the driver, passenger, another car, whatever, but they can report that he was one involved. He goes on to say Malzahn was not the one taken away in the helicopter. So that is
a serious enough accident that had someone airlifted away from the scene.
That's right. And Gus Malzahn was involved in that car accident in Auburn. That's according to AuburnSports.com, which is the Auburn rival site there, and Brian Stoltz. So obviously, hopeful things turn out okay for Coach Malzahn and whoever the person was that was airlifted away from that.
Yeah, so that was back in the Auburn area?
Our car accident was in Auburn, yes.
Okay. So that's from Brian Stoltz over there at the rival site that covers Auburn. If you'd like to follow him throughout the day to keep up to date on that developing story, obviously a lot of love and admiration for Gus Malzahn and his wife Christy and family. And so our thoughts and prayers with him, but also the other gentleman or person that was taken away in the helicopter there. That story developing as we're on the air here, and we'll keep you posted on that. We'll come back with final thoughts on the show today. That's coming up next on TNR.
Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, it's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win. Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Lock of the day every day on the show, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. If you're looking for anything when it comes to heating, cooling, or plumbing, our friends at Hemp Hill can take care of you. LT, I assume, will send out the lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor, or do you have a play already?
We can just do it quickly. Yeah.
Okay, you do have a play. Okay.
Yeah, we're going NBA tonight. We got a couple of plays up. And
a couple of good games tonight, and one of them that involves the Lakers. Not a good game.
Yeah. So Grizzlies, one of the best teams in basketball right now, in Utah taking on the Jazz. I got the Jazz minus 5.5.
Where's Ja Morant right now? Is he back from his injury a little bit?
No.
He's not back. Yeah. So you're going Jazz tonight. The Bucks and another good team play tonight against each other.
Bucks and the Bulls.
Bucks and the Bulls play tonight as well. And then there's the Lakers and the Suns. Are you surprised when you see the Suns are 62-16?
No, I mean, look, they played for a championship last year, went 7 games against Milwaukee. I mean,
but Brown and I talked one time last week
with
that
Paul and Booker and DeAndre Ayton. I mean, it's a good team.
But we were talking last week that, I mean, what was that great Bulls team with Jordan and them one time? Did they go like 70-12 or something?
Yeah. Or was it 72-10?
72-10.
Yeah,
72-10. So, I mean, they're 62-16. I mean, you would never think that team was anywhere close in the conversation with the great Bulls.
But there is a big difference between, mid-60s wins and 72.
Yeah.
Are you more surprised the Lakers are going to miss the playoffs?
I absolutely love this because I hated the makeup of this roster. I didn't want to break it to my kids, so they gave me some Lakers gear for Christmas, some Lakers gear for my birthday this past week.
Fantastic.
But you know what? I'll still wear it around the house, and once this roster gets dissolved, I'll bring it back out.
Hey, well, good for your kids. I know when to buy low.
Cheapest Lakers gear ever.
They get me more Ram stuff.
Yeah, 31-47. You can never get the Lakers, and running into a buzzsaw on the road, 62-16 Suns tonight.
Yeah.
Good time to buy.
When they absolutely have to have wins, and they get to play the Suns tonight.
They've just got to win out, and the Spurs got to lose 3 or 4.
Yeah, that's all that's got to happen.
Easy. That's the lock of the day tonight. Take who? Jazz?
Yeah, we're taking the Jazz.
Jazz tonight.
Hey, and I've got a proposition for you, by the way.
Okay, proposition after I tell you about our friends at Hemp Hill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemp Hill Services. You can call them now. Adam, Chad, and the team that fix it right. They fix it the first time, and they do it at a fair price. The number is 205-229-2090, 229-2090. What is the proposition?
Okay, so because college football is so predictable, and apparently Vegas thinks that winning a national championship is pretty predictable in college basketball. Again, pre-tournament betting favorite has won 7 of the past 17 tournaments. Combine the Final Four next year and the college football playoff if you can get 5 of 8.
5 of 8 football and basketball?
Yeah.
Oh, it seems like it should be 4 of 8.
Yeah, 5 seems a little high. But, I mean, you got 2 I feel really good about in football.
Yeah.
Basketball's a complete crapshoot.
Those are locked in.
Yeah, basketball, you didn't get 1 right this year.
Yeah, you got more women's right than men's.
You got all the women. I got 1 Kansas right. But if you give me 4 of 8, I'll do it right now in this segment.
Wow.
With no research.
How do you say no to that?
Yeah,
It's such an easy win. It's such an easy win for you.
I figured you'd go 4 anyway.
4 out of 8.
4 out of 8.
All right, we know you're going to go Bama, Ohio State.
Tell us
let's
about
go to the
NASCAR
chase.
while I do this.
All right,
will wrap it up.
NASCAR. Talladega Superspeedway.com is where you're going to go buy those tickets. Sunday, April 24th, Geico 500, 2 o'clock Central Time. Enhance your weekend by adding that Talladega Garage experience. It's the most immersive in NASCAR. Big Bills is fantastic. 877-GO-2-DEGA. 877-GO and the number 2-DEGA for ticket information. And TalladegaSuperspeedway.com to buy tickets and find out more about that garage experience. Talladega Superspeedway and the Geico 500. Jim Dunaway.
As you figure this out, Dunaway, I would not know. If I was at an airport, Jordan Spieth without a hat looks totally different. He looks 10 years older.
He can see Dr. B, though. That old hairline. Hairline scrambling away faster in his golf game.
I'm afraid he needed to see him years ago.
Yeah, get preemptive strikes, kid.
How old is Spieth, man? I mean, he's barely 30.
He's not 30, I don't think. I think he's 29.
Yeah, that one goes quick. You know, a lot of people say the hat does that to you. I've read also it doesn't.
I don't
know. I don't believe it either. Spieth is 28.
I wear a hat a lot, though, Brown.
Bryce Harper wears a hat a lot. His hair ain't going nowhere.
Spieth, though, he's buzzed it down some to combat that. He's in that stage where he can't decide, do I just hold on to what I got or do I just buzz it down?
The old Prince William, that was a rough look for a while.
It really was. It really was. Do I have to have 4 football, 4 basketball, or can I?
Oh, you can combo it, man. Use your wizardry.
Yeah, you don't.
All you gotta do is get 4.
I just gotta get 4 right.
That's right.
So wouldn't it be smart? Wouldn't it be smart just to go with 8 football and try to get that right?
You can.
I mean, it feels easier than basketball. Yes,
it really does feel easier than basketball that way.
Kevin says Dunaway should just invest in Southeastern Meats and start cooking all the steaks himself to save money.
Can't be beat.
Hey, would you have had Cincinnati and Michigan in your top 8 last year?
I would not. Are you talking to me now to distract me?
No.
Well played by you. Well played.
Rockstar said can't be beat, right? That was their thing, Southeastern
Hey,
Meats.
didn't Southeastern Meats have the square pizza? That was
Yeah,
always the rumor.
they
I
did.
just never
No,
could.
they did. I saw it in there, yeah.
Okay. Did you get it?
I think I did. I think I did.
We need to have Square Pizza Day up here once a month.
This was the one over in Calhoun County, and you had brought it up, and I think I went in there just to see. And it was in there, so probably did not get it.
I mean, wouldn't you guys like a one day a month have a Square Pizza Day?
Oh, heck yeah. Like I told, my daughter always looks at the schedule or at the menu and decides if she's going to eat lunchroom or take her lunch. And the other day it was not Square Pizza, it was Fiesta Pizza, I think. So I didn't know. I told her, I was like, I don't know. I don't know if you're going to do
So what do
that.
they just put a piece of corn on it?
Probably. You know, speaking of Fiesta Pizza, Mexican pizza has been coming back forever, and I still haven't seen it on a menu.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think that has become urban legend.
I agree
Can you go to
completely.
Snopes and check that for us, Rocky?
No, I will. We're running out of time.
We are. Dunaway's going to have to make his picks.
I mean, we got,
Cut the yellow.
We got
No, cut the
another minute.
red.
We got a minute.
Cut the yellow. Cut the red.
So for those just checking in here, Dunaway has been offered the
First of all,
opportunity
where
for
have you
a
been?
steak. Yeah, you've missed the entire show. Dunaway's been offered the opportunity for a steak to get 4 of the 8, both Final Four in football and basketball combined. All he's got to get is 4 of the 8.
Final 50 seconds. Here we go. You ready?
Go.
Flash the lights for me. Alabama football.
Shocker.
Alabama basketball.
Ohio State football.
Those are 2 easy ones. Let's see where he goes here.
Clemson football.
Okay.
Interesting.
Utah football.
Right.
Oklahoma football. Texas A&M football.
Oof.
NC State football.
Oh, you wasted a pick there.
And Arkansas basketball. I need 4 of 8.
Wow, so you one basketball team, and it was Arkansas.
Yeah.
Where did I miss?
All over the place.
I just got to get 4 of 8.
Where should he have gone, Lance? Give him one. That
I would have rolled the dice just on Kentucky or Gonzaga in the basketball. I probably would have gone 4-4. I felt really good about Alabama and Ohio State. I think you can lock those in. I think on your football, you got a little out there. You got no Georgia?
I got no Georgia. I replaced Georgia with Texas A&M. That East is going to be a beast this year. You heard how good Tennessee's going to be?
Yeah, I get it.
You know Spencer Rattler's at South Carolina now, LT. And Billy Napier's the young Nick Saban at Florida. So there's my 8. Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson, Utah, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, and NC State football, and Arkansas basketball. 4 of those 8 have to get to their Final Four. That's our show today. We are back with you tomorrow. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America. It really should have been a 2-for-1, though. That would have been impressive.